Marshall Peak, Chapter 5034, Three Benefits. At that instant, Yang Kai felt that his small universe had become closely knitted and impenetrable. He already had a world spring, one of the four universe pillars, which protected his small universe from any external influences. When dealing with powerful enemies, his small universe wouldn't be impacted one bit regardless of the difference between their strength unless the disparity was insurmountable. Now that he possessed the world tree, his small universe became even firmer. It surprised him to learn that the world tree had the same effects as the four universe pillars. Such a notion never crossed his mind before. He had a feeling that even without the world spring, he still wouldn't be invaded by black ink strength, for he now had the world tree inside his small universe. This clone was also able to protect and stabilize his small universe, possibly to a greater extent than even the world spring. In that case, he could let someone else have the world spring so that there would be one more powerful master who wouldn't need to fear black ink strength. If one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could acquire the world spring, he wouldn't have to worry about anything when dealing with the Black Ink clan. Besides that, Yang Kai soon realized another benefit of the world tree. The world tree was now closely connected to every corner of his small universe. Like a living creature, every time the tree breathed, it would affect his small universe as his world force would be refined. Although the effects wouldn't be conspicuous in the short term, his world force would undoubtedly become purer in the long term. In other words, Yang Kai would be able to unleash more powerful attacks even though he would be using the same amount of world force. There were already innumerable living creatures inside his small universe to begin with, and the flow of time was 4 times faster than the outside world. Even if Yang Kai never cultivated, the increase of his heritage would still be on par with any other cultivators. Hence, he didn't have to worry about increasing his heritage. With the world tree in his possession now, the quality of his heritage would also be improved. Quality and quantity of world force were what determined whether an open heaven realm master was strong or weak. If both measures of a person could surpass those of the cultivators of the same generation, the achievements he or she would make in the future would be unimaginable. Other than the conspicuous benefits that Yang Kai would enjoy, the humans inside his small universe would also benefit from the world tree's nourishment. In fact, the instant the world tree became connected to his small universe, all the Emperor Realm Masters from the major sects could feel that a great transformation had taken place in the Void Continent. However, they couldn't tell what the transformation was despite instinctively looking in the world tree's direction. With the world tree's nourishment, countless geniuses started appearing in the star boundary generation after generation. Certainly, the same thing would happen to the humans living inside Yang Kai's small universe. Due to the quicker flow of time, the effects would be seen in just several dozen years. By then, Yang Kai could select talented people from his small universe and let them cultivate in Blue Sky Pass. Even if his grandass were not suitable for these people, there were a lot of powerful masters from the cave heavens and paradises in Blue Sky Pass that could teach them. When these geniuses ascended to the open heaven realm, they would be a considerable force when dealing with the Black Ink clan. In other words, his small universe had practically become the second star boundary, as it was also an open heaven realm cradle now. These were the benefits of the world tree he was currently aware of. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that a wonderful treasure like a world tree clone would have even more uses. He just hadn't discovered the other benefits yet. Regardless, he could only take things slowly. In a joyful mood, Yang Kai examined his small universe one more time, and upon making sure that there were no problems, he slowly opened his eyes. Right then, he saw several burly figures staring at him in silence. They were none other than Zhongliang and the other army commanders. An astounded Yang Kai quickly got to his feet and saluted them. "Greetings, sirs." He had no idea when they arrived at this place, but it was apparent that they hurriedly came over upon detecting some kind of anomaly. Zhongliang raised his hand to hint that there was no need for him to be overly polite with them. He then hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "Everything is fine. I've fully isolated the world tree's clone from the sealed world, and it is now closely integrated with my small universe." Ding Yao arched his brow. "Are there any benefits so far?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I've detected 3 benefits so far. First of all, The World Trees clone has the same effects as the 4 universe pillars. It might even be superior to them. With the clone around, my small universe has become completely impervious to outside influence. At this point, he cupped his fist. Sirs, since I have the World Trees clone with me, I no longer need the World Spring. I'm willing to let someone else have it for the greater good of the human race. Upon hearing that, the army commanders exchanged glances as they were evidently surprised. They had never expected that the World Trees clone had the same effects as the 4 universe pillars. They wouldn't have found out about it if Yang Kai never told them. With a frown, Zhongliang said, "That's very generous of you. But are you sure the clone can resist the black ink strength after you lose the World Spring? If you can't resist the influence of the black ink strength after giving up your World Spring, you'll never be able to leave Blue Sky Pass again." Yang Kai replied, "Although I'm unable to verify it, the clone can indeed protect my small universe from any external influences. Its protection feels even sturdier than the World Springs. Even if what you've said is true, I'll just stay inside Blue Sky Pass, so that I won't come into contact with the Black Ink clan." Zhongliang chuckled, "Good. Don't forget what you've said." He would rather let Yang Kai stay in Blue Sky Pass forever to ensure his safety so that he wouldn't have to worry about him whenever the latter left the inner sanctum. In any case, there's no rush to handle this issue. Even though you're willing to give up the World Spring, we'll need to have a discussion on who will take it over. Moreover, after you lose the World Spring, your small universe will no longer be complete. By then, you'll have to consume a profound spirit fruit to repair your small universe. All of that takes time. I'll leave the details up to you, sirs. The issue of giving up the World Spring was set aside for now, so Liang Yulong asked, "What is the second benefit?" Yang Kai replied, "The second benefit is that the clone is able to refine my world force. With the clone in possession, the world force in my small universe will become increasingly pure." "That's a wonderful benefit," Ding Yao tutade. Given Yang Kai's current strength, he was already peerless among the cultivators in the same order. If the heritage in his small universe could be further refined, his strength would be significantly enhanced. In time, not only would he be more powerful than all other cultivators in the same order, but he would also be able to fight against cultivators that were an order above him. After pondering on it for a moment, Zhongliang said, "Even though the benefit is amazing, it won't have any conspicuous effects in the short term." With that said, Open Heaven Realm Masters enjoyed a very long life. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, time was on Yang Kai's side. The third benefit has nothing to do with me, but it is still significant. There are many humans currently living in my small universe. With the World Tree's nourishment, many rare talents and geniuses will start appearing within 2 or 3 generations. Upon hearing that, Liang Yulong was surprised and confused. "What kind of talents and geniuses are you talking about?" Yang Kai explained, "Sir may not be aware of it yet, but there is also a World Tree clone planted in my homeland, the Star Boundary. A few hundred years ago, I planted it there because my homeworld was at risk of collapsing after suffering too much damage in a great war. I only wanted to save my homeworld by planting the World Tree there, but to my surprise, several generations later, the average aptitude of the cultivators living in the Star Boundary had improved dramatically. The cave heavens and paradises have all set up Tao temples there to take on more disciples and raise some of their own from outside the Star Boundary. Before I came to the Black Ink battlefield, there were already a lot of talented youths who had the aptitude to directly ascend to the 6th Order and even the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm." Directly ascending to the 7th Order? All the army commanders were astonished. If a person directly ascended to the 7th Order, it meant that their upper limit would be the 9th Order. If such a person wasn't accidentally killed, they had a chance to become an old ancestor. "And you say there are many such people?" Zhongliang asked in a solemn tone. Yang Kai nodded. "There are many who are able to directly ascend to the 6th Order. Though only a small number of people can directly make it to the 7th Order. I suppose every cave heaven and paradise will have at least 1 to 2 such people every 1,000 years. In the past, there had been some commotion as the cave heavens and paradises tried to take on disciples in my homeworld. Even though they were all in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, they couldn't help but gasp upon hearing that. A genius who could directly ascend to the seventh order was extremely rare, and perhaps such a person would only appear every 1,000 years across the entire 3,000 worlds. It wasn't that there were no disciples in the cave heavens and paradises who had directly ascended to the seventh order in the past, as all the old ancestors had directly made it to the seventh order back then. However, such people were incredibly rare even in the cave heavens and paradises. When such a talent appeared, it would cause a huge commotion, and they would be given all the support available. Now, every cave heaven and paradise had 1 to 2 such geniuses in Yang Kai's homeland within the same time frame. That was truly inconceivable. It would suggest that several thousand years later, there would be an additional 100 to 200 old ancestors. When these powerful cultivators arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, they would send a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. These army commanders were stunned as they could envision the bright future ahead of them. When the time came, with so many powerful human cultivators around, they might be able to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all. Yang Kai went on to say, "The population in my small universe is not comparable to my homeworld, so there wouldn't be a lot of geniuses being born right away. With that said, there would still be quite a number of them. I plan to let them ascend to the Emperor realm in my small universe first, then they can continue cultivating in the inner sanctum until they make it to the open heaven realm." Zhongliang and the others finally came to their senses, and Ding Yao promptly said, "By then, you have to look for a young person with an outstanding aptitude for me. This king will personally teach them." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That person will be extremely lucky to have Commander Yao's personal guidance." Zhongliang coughed, "I'll reserve one as well." Liang Yulong and Shun Tuimo exchanged glances, and then expressed that Yang Kai must not be biased. They would have to take on their own disciples as well. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't object to it. All of a sudden, Zhongliang said in a solemn voice, "Yang Kai, since this is a matter of those living inside your small universe, you have to address the issue of the small population. Since the world tree's nourishment can enhance the human's aptitude, it's certainly better to have more humans inside your small universe so that there will be even more talents." Shin Tuimo nodded repeatedly, "That's right." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. How am I supposed to resolve the issue of a lack of population? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5035, Pill Hall. Zhongliang said, "Since those humans are living in your small universe, you can just ensure that there'll always be food on the table for them and that they won't have to worry about anything when cultivating. Additionally, you can provide some incentives for giving birth. That way, you'll be able to increase the population." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded. "You have a point. I'll come up with ways to go about it." In fact, the population of humans living in his small universe had increased significantly over the years. After all, his small universe was abundant in resources, and there were no major conflicts. Even the commoners living in it wouldn't have to worry about most basic needs. Yang Kai had never been concerned about the number of people living in his small universe. Being born, growing old, falling ill, and passing away were all parts of the cycle of life, and it was this very cycle that continued to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Now that there was a world tree clone in his small universe, though, Yang Kai had to seriously consider how to increase the human population. You've just obtained the world tree, so it's not certain whether there are any downsides. You shall stay in the inner sanctum for the time being and not go anywhere, Zhongliang ordered. Moreover, it has been peaceful around Blue Sky Pass recently, and we aren't anticipating any major conflicts for several decades to come. You should seize this chance to cultivate and increase your strength." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, "Sir. I'd like to head to Pill Hall." Zhongliang asked in puzzlement, "Pill Hall? Why are you going there?" Yang Kai replied, "The owner of the sealed world that I consumed was a grandmaster alchemist. I happened to study the basics of alchemic Tao in the past, and have refined a lot of that ancient senior's alchemic Tao essence after taking in his sealed world. Therefore, it could be said that I've acquired some of his inheritance." Zhongliang's brow twitched. "You're also well-versed in the alchemic Tao?" "I only studied a bit of it in the past. My achievements in it aren't worth mentioning now," Yang Kai replied humbly. Ding Yao frowned. Do you want to continue cultivating the alchemic Tao? You'll risk being a jack of all trades, but a master of none. Only by focusing on what you're best at would you have a bright future in the martial Tao. Shin Tuomo nodded in agreement. There isn't a lack of alchemists on the black ink battlefield. What we lack are ingredients to use in alchemy. Don't get distracted because of that. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Sirs have misunderstood. I'm not planning to cultivate the alchemic Tao. Other than acquiring a part of the senior's inheritance, I also discovered a handwritten record he'd left behind in the sealed world. Although it is tattered and incomplete, some of the information is still useful. I just want to give something I found a test. If I succeed, it will result in pills that will be useful to those in the inner sanctum. A handwritten record? Ding Yao was surprised. Yang Kai waved his hand and fished out something that was the size of a palm. It was neither made from gold or jade. This item appeared quite dated and was tattered with quite a number of cracks on it. It was the handwritten record left behind by the sealed world's former owner. If Yang Kai hadn't swallowed the entire sealed world, he wouldn't have found this thing. The senior alchemist passed away a long time ago, and the small universe he left behind had gone through a gradual transformation. The land was already different from the past. The handwritten record was buried deep beneath the ground. After transferring the sealed world into his small universe, Yang Kai put in great effort to break up the sealed world and remove the incompatible pieces from his small universe. Doing so, he had practically rummaged through the entire sealed world and dug up everything that was hidden within it. This handwritten record was one of the rewards of that effort. Another reward was a number of rare herbs that hadn't been picked in the sealed world. Yang Kai and Bai hadn't fully explored the sealed world back then and had simply stopped doing so after discovering the medicine garden. Naturally, there were still a lot of herbs in the sealed world which were all now transplanted to the medicine garden in his small universe. The information in the handwritten record was messy. After all, this thing was both ancient and damaged. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was aware that this handwritten record contained the senior's insights on alchemy, as well as some strange pill recipes. One of the relatively complete pill recipes especially caught his attention. After taking the handwritten record from Yang Kai, Zhong Liang infused his divine sense into it and went through the information. A moment later, he asked with a frown, "You can understand this?" As he examined it, he realized that there was indeed some information in the handwritten record. However, the words used were different from the modern language, so it was hard for him to comprehend it. There were also some strange words that were unrecognizable to him. They were apparently some ancient characters that had long ago ceased to be used. Yang Kai replied honestly, "I can only understand some of it, so I need to verify some things through experimentation." After all, he had refined a lot of alchemic Tao essence from the sealed world, so it could be said that he had acquired a part of the alchemist's inheritance. Yang Kai was probably the only one in the world who could understand the handwritten record. After Ding Yao and the others went through the note, they all appeared puzzled. Just like Zhong Liang, they didn't understand it. Following a moment of deliberation, Zhong Liang nodded. "You can go to Pill Hall. I'll inform them about it so that they'll give you the assistance you need." "Many thanks, sir." Zhong Liang waved his hand. "However, you must focus on cultivating and must not waste your time." "I'll not forget your guidance, sir." Zhong Liang and the others soon left the place. It was then that Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light and met up with the members of Dawn. Dawning Light soon turned into a streak of light that flew towards the inner sanctum. Upon entering Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai directly headed to the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall was a complex located in the northwest sector of Blue Sky Pass. All the alchemists in Blue Sky Pass gathered together in this place. It had to be noted that there were over 20,000 soldiers in Blue Sky Pass, so the need for spirit pills was insatiable. They wouldn't require expensive spirit pills to cultivate, but when war broke out, the rate at which healing pills and restorative pills were consumed would be astonishing. Therefore, regardless of whether there was a war going on or not, those in the Pill Hall were always swamped with work. Every alchemist there had to exert themselves to produce the spirit pills that were needed by the soldiers in the inner sanctum. There was also a large medicine garden in the Pill Hall where a lot of rare spirit herbs were grown. Those from the inner sanctum couldn't possibly always rely on the people in the 3,000 worlds to send them herbs. So every great pass had its own medicine garden that was well taken care of. In the medicine garden in Blue Sky Pass, there were actually hundreds of profound fruit trees. These profound fruit trees were found by the human soldiers in various sealed worlds over the years and were all transplanted to this place. The need for profound spirit fruits was also insatiable. A lot of soldiers in the inner sanctum had given up parts of their small universe before, so they longed for these fruit trees to bear fruit. Someone was already waiting for Yang Kai when he arrived at Pill Hall. The person's eyes brightened when he saw Yang Kai, and then he shuffled forward and cupped his fist. "You must be senior brother Yang." Yang Kai saluted him back. "It is this Yang." There was a hospitable smile on that person's face. "I am Tang Kun. The hall master has told me to receive you here. He has ordered that any demand you have is to be met." "I'm sorry for troubling you then," Yang Kai replied gratefully. "This way, please." Tang Kun extended his hand. Yang Kai thanked him again and followed him into the pill hall. The moment he stepped inside the main building, he felt a gush of hot air whisking across his face. The alchemists inside were clearly busy at work. Both sides of the main hall were lined with secret rooms. Most rooms were closed while only a small number of them were open and empty. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there was an alchemy furnace in every room that was not closed. There was also a grand array inside every room that was used to produce a potent alchemy flame. As Tang Kun moved forward, he explained, "There are 3 kinds of pill rooms in the pill hall, graded as heaven, earth, and mortal. Every room is equipped with an alchemy furnace and a grand array that's used to produce and regulate alchemy flames. In total, there are 200 mortal rank pill rooms, 50 earth rank pill rooms, and 8 heaven rank pill rooms. What kind of spirit pills are you going to refine, and what pill room would you like to use, senior brother Yang?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai replied, "I'm not in a rush to make any pills. There's something I need to ask you about, though." Tang Kun replied, "Go ahead. This Tang will tell you everything he can." Yang Kai then fished out a strand of spirit grass. "How much of this spirit grass do you have in the pill hall?" After taking the spirit grass, Tang Kun examined it and said, "Obsidian grass? We have some reserves of it in the pill hall, but there's not a lot. It's just a supplementary ingredient for refining the heavenly pearl soul-soothing pills, so there isn't a huge demand for it. Although we have some of this grass in the medicine garden, it's not a lot as we'll only use it infrequently." "A medicine garden?" Yang Kai was astounded. "There's a medicine garden in the pill hall?" Tang Kun replied with a smile, "Of course we have a medicine garden in the pill hall. Many of the spirit herbs found in the sealed worlds have been moved back to this place. After all, a lot of herbs on the black ink battlefield are different from those in the 3,000 worlds. Sometimes, even the master alchemists can't identify them. We still don't know what the uses of some of the herbs in the medicine garden are. Regardless, we've transplanted them to this place." Yang Kai nodded. "I need some of this obsidian grass." In the handwritten record left behind by the ancient alchemist, this spirit grass was not a supplementary ingredient for producing heavenly pearl soul-soothing pills, but the main ingredient for refining another kind of spirit pill. In the handwritten record, this spirit grass was not named obsidian grass. However, since Blue Sky Pass had its own name for it, Yang Kai didn't find it necessary to correct them. He just wanted to try out a pill recipe recorded in the handwritten record. It would be fine if he failed. However, if he succeeded, it would be wonderful news for the human race. Yang Kai then listed a few other herbs. Tang Kun took note of them and told some people to send these herbs over. Then, Tang Kun asked, "Are you going to be refining pills now, senior brother? What kind of pill room do you want?" After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "I'll use a heaven rank pill room, then." Since the pill rooms were divided into heaven, earth, and mortal ranks, he reckoned that the highest rank pill room would be the best. He was pretty skillful at alchemy back then, but compared to his cultivation now, his mastery of alchemy left much to be desired. His skills in alchemy were no longer on par with his cultivation, so he reckoned that he could increase the chance of successfully producing the pill he was trying to by using a better room. Tang Kun nodded. "There happens to be an empty heaven rank pill room. Please come with me, senior brother. Upon finishing his words, Tang Kun led the way. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5036. Isn't he just causing trouble? Soon, Tang Kun led Yang Kai to a heaven-rank pill room. There was an alchemy furnace that was as tall as a human in the pill room, and the abstruse patterns engraved on it suggested that it was no ordinary artifact. The alchemy furnaces that were placed in these heaven-rank pill rooms were the best of the best in Blue Sky Pass and were personally created by the artifact refining grandmasters from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Such a high-quality alchemy furnace wasn't the only one in the heaven-rank pill room, of course. To the other side of the pill room were 5 other alchemy furnaces of different sizes. The smallest one was only the size of a baby's head, while the largest one was as tall as 3 humans stacked on top of each other. The one Yang Kai caught sight of upon entering the room was only medium-sized in comparison. It was apparent that these alchemy furnaces were refined with various different situations in mind when it came to refining spirit pills. Tang Kun explained the uses of these alchemy furnaces and passed Yang Kai a token. There is a grand array in this pill room that is used to produce an alchemy flame. You'll be able to control the alchemy flame after refining this token. Basically, every alchemist had their own alchemy flame, and using their own alchemy flame would allow them to be entirely in their element when refining spirit pills. However, refining certain special pills was a time and labor-intensive process, so it would be better to make use of the alchemy flames in the pill rooms to save some energy. Yang Kai used his conflagrated knowledge see when he practiced alchemy in the past. It was the best alchemy flame in the alchemic Tao at that time. Nevertheless, as his cultivation improved and his divine sense became more refined, his conflagrated knowledge see could no longer keep pace with his needs, and the alchemy flame in the pill room would undoubtedly be the best help for him now. Yang Kai gratefully accepted the token. Tang Kun went on to say, "You refine this first, senior brother. I'll urge them to hurry up and prepare the herbs you requested." "Many thanks," Yang Kai expressed his gratitude, and after Tang Kun left, he sat down cross-legged and started refining the token. The token was a simple item, so just an hour later, he was done refining it. With the help of this token, Yang Kai could control the grand array in this pill room to draw on its alchemy flame. Soon, all the herbs he requested were sent to him by Tang Kun. After a quick examination, Yang Kai confirmed that these herbs were exactly what he needed, and they came in a large quantity too. "This Tang will stop bothering you then, senior brother. Please feel free to call on anyone if you need assistance or other materials." Tang Kun bid him farewell and took his leave. After he was gone, Yang Kai selected a suitable alchemy furnace in the pill room and organized the herbs so that he could use them when needed. He hadn't practiced alchemy for a long time. The last time he did so was when he was refining heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in Voidland. His skills in alchemy were somewhat rusty now. Moreover, the pill recipe he obtained from the ancient senior's handwritten record was incomplete as the medium it was recorded on had aged and become tattered. There wasn't a lot of useful information on it, and not a single pill recipe was complete. In order to complete the pill recipe he was interested in, Yang Kai had to try out many different methods. However, if his experiment turned out to be successful, the benefits it would bring to the human race would be immense. The prerequisite was that the spirit pills that were produced based on the pill recipe really had the effect described in the handwritten record. Yang Kai then emptied his mind and started condensing the medicinal liquid. This step wasn't difficult for him. With a high-quality alchemy furnace and a potent alchemy flame that he could make use of, he just had to be cautious. Experienced alchemists usually wouldn't make a mistake in this step. Only novices might fail at condensing medicinal liquid. After he was done with condensing the necessary medicinal liquids, Yang Kai poured them into the alchemy furnace. He then focused on controlling the alchemy flame and meticulously refined the pills according to the process described in the handwritten record. 1 hour later, a strange noise was heard coming from the alchemy furnace. Then Yang Kai caught a whiff of something burnt. He froze for a bit, knowing that his attempt had failed this time. With that said, he didn't appear to be disappointed. He never expected to succeed in producing the pills on his first attempt. After all, the pill recipe was incomplete to begin with. He just wanted to familiarize himself with the medicinal efficacies and the process so that he could complete the pill recipe. Only with a complete pill recipe would he stand a chance to refine useful pills. Yang Kai cleaned up the alchemy furnace and threw the residue away. After taking a moment to rest and review, he began his second attempt. As time passed, he became increasingly immersed in the process as he recalled the days when he used to practice alchemy in the past. He had not worked on improving his mastery of the alchemic Tao for centuries, so his skills were indeed a bit rusty. However, he was taught alchemy by the heavenly way itself back then. If he had persevered and moved forward in this grand Tao, his mastery of alchemy would have been just as great as the alchemy grandmasters in Blue Sky Pass. Unfortunately, his time and energy were not infinite. The martial Tao was the most important pursuit in his life, so he was willing to give up other things that would distract him from focusing on it. As more and more herbs became burnt dregs, Yang Kai gained a better understanding of the pill recipe in the handwritten record. However, there was always a bottleneck he could not break through when trying to refine this pill. Something essential was missing from the pill recipe in the handwritten record. Yang Kai reckoned that this key component was some kind of spirit herb, though he didn't know what it was. He could only try out different types of herbs to figure out what was missing. With that said, he wasn't blindly carrying out experiments. Since the handwritten record was found in the senior alchemist's small universe, the herbs listed in this pill recipe were most likely grown in his medicine garden. Therefore, the herbs Yang Kai had selected were the ones he could find in the medicine garden in the sealed world with seemingly appropriate properties. He decided to experiment with all these herbs first, and if he still didn't succeed, he would then come up with a new plan. Those from the pill hall had given him their full support, so over the next month, Yang Kai had asked for more herbs from Tang Kun 8 times. Every time, Tang Kun would always promptly send him what he requested. However, Yang Kun was astounded at Yang Kai's need for such a large amount of herbs, as he wondered what kind of pills the latter was making. It had to be noted that spirit herbs on the black ink battlefield were even more precious than cultivation resources. Although the army commanders had ordered them to fully support Yang Kai, they couldn't possibly let him endlessly consume so many herbs without yielding any results. One day, an energetic old man, whose hair and beard were gray with age, arrived at the pill hall. Wherever he went, the alchemists would stop and call out, "Grandmaster Zhu Gu." This couldn't be helped, as this old man was one of the top 3 alchemy grandmasters in Blue Sky Pass, Zhu Gu Ming. When it came to the alchemic Tao, only the hall master and another grandmaster were comparable to him in the entire pill hall. It could even be argued that he was the best alchemist in Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, he was a whimsical man who didn't know how to liaise with others. Otherwise, he would have become the hall master of the pill hall. The current hall master had even declared that his skills in alchemy were slightly inferior to those of Zhu Gu Ming. When Zhu Gu Ming arrived at the medicine hall where herbs were managed, he knocked on the table and listed the herbs he needed. The deacon, who was in charge of the medicine hall, hurriedly invited him to have a seat before personally looking for the herbs the grandmaster wanted. A moment later, the deacon came over and saluted Zhu Gu Ming. "Grandmaster Zhu Gu, the herbs you want are here. However, there's a lack of green feather rattan at the moment. I've asked someone to pick it from the medicine garden. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Please bear with us." Zhu Guming nodded and asked, "Has that old thing Zhou Fong been refining universe formulation pills recently?" Universe formulation pills were very high-grade spirit pills, while Zhou Fong was one of the top 3 alchemy grandmasters in the pill hall. Other than the hall master, the two of them were the most important figures in the pill hall. However, they were considered rivals as they were experts in the same Tao. It had been thousands of years since they arrived at Blue Sky Pass, but they had never stopped competing against each other in the alchemic Tao. Certainly, they had also never stopped arguing as neither of them was willing to make a concession. Apart from the hall master, only Zhu Gu Ming and Zhou Fong were able to refine universe formulation pills in the entire Blue Sky Pass. Green feather rattan was the main ingredient for refining universe formulation pills, and it wasn't needed for producing other pills. That was the reason Zhu Gu Ming had this speculation. Upon hearing that, the deacon shook his head. Grandmaster Zhou didn't take it. It was junior brother Tang Kun. Zhu Guming frowned. What does that brat Tang Kun need green feather rattan for? There was a helpless smile on the deacon's face as he replied, I have no idea. However, he said that it was Yang Kai who wanted those herbs. Moreover, the army commanders have ordered us to provide all the support he needs. Yang Kai. Zhu Guming arched his brow. That Yang Kai? Although the Grandmaster didn't speak clearly, the deacon understood him as he nodded, yes, that Yang Kai. Yang Kai had practically become a household name in the Blue Sky Pass. Even though those from the Pill Hall had not been on the front lines of the fight against the Black Ink Clan, they had all heard that Yang Kai, as his arrival, had brought a lot of good news to the soldiers in the Inner Sanctum. He had created a way that could help the humans from the different Great Passes purify black ink strength after all. He's also well-versed in alchemy? Zhu Guming was slightly surprised. The deacon looked around, and upon making sure that no one else was around, he said, perhaps he knows a little about alchemy, but he's definitely not an expert. Over the past month, he has used up many rare herbs. I've asked junior brother Tang Kun about it, but he said that Yang Kai hasn't even produced a single spirit pill. I'm sure you're aware that green feather rattan is only used to refine universe formulation pills, so we don't have a lot of it in reserve. He has practically used up all of our stock over the past month, and I haven't even included the other herbs. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming furrowed his brow. Isn't he just causing trouble then? The deacon nodded repeatedly. I agree with you. The herbs in the Inner Sanctum are precious, and every herb wasted could have been used to save a soldier at a critical moment. However, since the army commanders have given the order, we can only oblige. Zhu Guming's face fell. Where is Yang Kai? The deacon replied, junior brother Tang Kun has helped him settle down in Heaven Rank Pill Room 3. Zhu Guming rose from the chair. I'll have a look. A shocked deacon hurriedly dissuaded him from doing that. Grandmaster, please do not make things difficult for Yang Kai. It was the army commander's order, after all. So what if they're the army commanders? If they're so capable, they wouldn't have to consume the spirit pills this Zhu refines when they're injured. After finishing his words, he left the place in a fury. The deacon was dumbfounded. He felt heartbroken that Yang Kai had wasted so many herbs, so he just wanted to whine about it in front of Zhu Guming a little. It never crossed his mind that he would create such trouble. He was fully aware of Zhu Guming's temperament. Things would get ugly if the Grandmaster got into a conflict with Yang Kai. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5037. What pill is he making? While the deacon was anxious, he saw someone sauntering towards him. Upon seeing the person, he quickly went over. Grandmaster Zhou? The person was none other than one of the top 3 alchemists in the Inner Sanctum, Zhou Fong, who was on bad terms with Zhu Guming. Zhou Fong grunted as he calmly placed his hands behind his back. With a dispassionate expression, he ordered, go get some green feather rattan for me. This old master is ready to refine some universe formulation pills. A lot of those pills were consumed in the previous war, and there aren't a lot in stock in the War Materials Hall now. Universe formulation pills could be considered strategic resources, so there would usually be some reserve of it in the War Materials Hall. However, all of those pills would be fully consumed after every major war. After all, there were only 3 people in the Inner Sanctum who could produce these pills. Upon hearing this, the deacon felt his head aching, for he was asked to get green feather rattan again. Although the ingredient was fairly rare, there would usually be some reserve of it in the medicine hall, as it was only used to make universe formulation pills. However, he was unable to get his hands on it at the moment. With a helpless smile, he replied, please give me a moment, Grandmaster Zhou. Just now, Grandmaster Zhu Gu came over and took all the green feather rattan. I've asked someone to collect some from the medicine garden, but it will take some time. Zhou Fong frowned at that. That old fart Zhu Gu took all the green feather rattan? There was still a lot of it when I came here previously. The deacon kept a helpless smile on his face. There's none left. Zhou Fong snapped. That old fart Zhu Gu has gone too far. It's not necessary for him to use such a dirty trick, even if he doesn't want to let me refine universe formulation pills. Upon hearing that, the deacon was flabbergasted. You've got it wrong, Grandmaster Zhou. Grandmaster Zhu Gu only took a small amount of green feather rattan. Stop smoothing things over. Where's the old fart now? I need to give him a piece of my mind. The deacon was on the brink of breaking into tears as he tried to explain. It really wasn't Grandmaster Zhugu who used up all the green feather rattan. Before he asked for it, someone else had been consuming the herbs. Zhou Feng was surprised. Is there another person who can refine universe formulation pills now? No. A helpless deacon repeated what he had said to Zhu Guming earlier. A myriad of expressions came over Zhou Feng before he turned around and left. That's ridiculous. This old master is also going to have a look. The moment he arrived at Heaven Rank Pill Room 3, he saw Zhu Guming standing outside. There was a young man who sported a servile smile in front of him, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the young man was Tang Kun. Tang Kun was heard saying, "Grandmaster Zhugu, you can't disturb senior brother Yang while he's in the middle of refining pills. You're also an alchemist, so you are surely aware of what will happen if an alchemist is disturbed in the midst of alchemy. If the army commanders find out about it, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." Zhu Guming glared at him. No one is telling you to bear the responsibility. Regardless of what happens, I will take all the blame. After he finished speaking, he was ready to barge into the room. A terrified Tang Kun quickly stopped him. Zhu Guming growled, "Stinking brat, do not force me to make a move on you. Although I'm an alchemist who knows nothing about fighting, I'm still an 8th Order master. It's not difficult for me to deal with you. That young boy has indeed made some significant contributions to the inner sanctum, and I've heard that he's even killed a territory lord. However, alchemy and fighting are two different things. All the herbs in the inner sanctum are precious, so none of them should be wasted. Why is he here trying to refine pills instead of killing more enemies on the battlefield? He's just causing trouble for no good reason." With a bitter expression, Tang Kun nodded repeatedly. "You have a point, Grandmaster. However, senior brother Yang is in the middle of refining pills right now, so you can't disturb him." You're here as well, Grandmaster Zhou. Please help persuade Grandmaster Zhugo." Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming turned his head. When he saw Zhou Feng ambling towards him, he snorted with disdain. Zhou Feng stood in front of them and shot Zhu Guming a dismissive look. "Can't you just admit that you're old? You've lost all your courage, and all you know is how to shout. Highly improper." Like a cat whose tail had been stamped upon, Zhu Guming roared, "I'm indeed old, but you're in no way younger than I am. You said I've lost all my courage. What courage do you have, then?" Zhou Feng scoffed. "Of course I'm more courageous than you are." Following that, he landed a slap on the back of Tang Kun's head. "Scram, you smelly brat." He was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so although he rarely fought with anyone, his cultivation was not just for show. Upon impact, Tang Kun directly collapsed to the ground and fell into a dazed state. He wasn't harmed at all as Zhou Feng only used a bit of force to move him aside. Zhu Guming was speechless at the sight. "Open the door," Zhou Feng snorted at Zhu Guming. Zhu Guming pressed his lips together. "Why don't you open the door?" Zhou Feng replied, "I was in a rush when I left my place, so I didn't bring my Vice Hall Master token with me." Every pill room had its exclusive access token, and no one could open it without that token. This measure was implemented to protect the alchemists so that they could focus on refining pills. However, the tokens held by the Hall Master and the Vice Hall Masters could be used to open all pill rooms in case of an emergency. If an alchemist fell into danger in a pill room, the Hall Master or a Vice Hall Master could use their tokens to open the barriers and look into them. Both Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng were Vice Hall Masters, so they had the right to do so. Zhu Guming sneered, "Seems like you're just a coward who is afraid of bearing any responsibility." Despite what he had just said, he still fished out his Vice Hall Master token and performed a hand seal before casting a beam of light. The pill room's door slowly opened as a gush of hot air rushed at them. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng stepped into the room at the same time and frowned. That was because this pill room was void of any pill fragrance. Instead, it was filled with a burnt, acrid smell. It suggested that things were not going well in this room as the alchemist must have failed more than once. The two alchemy grandmasters felt heartbroken. Every failure meant that precious herbs had been wasted. They heard from the medicine hall that Yang Kai had stayed here for a month already and taken quite a number of herbs. He must have wasted a lot of good things in that amount of time. They increasingly felt that Yang Kai was messing around. Zhu Guming had a straightforward temperament, but just when he was ready to openly chastise the young man, Zhou Feng suddenly stopped him and motioned for him to keep quiet. Zhu Guming narrowed his eyes before turning them forward. There was a young man who was seated with his legs crossed in front of an alchemy furnace, using his power to control the alchemy flame. Although two grandmasters had barged into the room, he didn't seem perturbed one bit and remained completely focused. Zhu Guming's expression turned milder, as he was somewhat surprised. This performance suggested that Yang Kai was a calm and collected individual. An alchemist was most wary of being distracted when making pills, so Yang Kai maintaining his calm even when intruded upon was a praiseworthy feat. Upon closer look, Zhu Guming realized that Yang Kai had only started this round of alchemy, as the latter was still condensing medicinal liquids. This was the first step of any pill refining process. Even though it was a simple step, an alchemist's foundation could be judged during this process. As Zhu Guming observed, his expression changed slightly, for he realized that the young man wasn't just messing around like what he had imagined. It was apparent that the young man's foundation was solid, judging from the way he condensed medicinal liquid. Since he was able to condense different types of medicinal liquid at the same time, it also suggested that he wasn't someone who knew nothing about the alchemic Tao. With that said, he could easily spot mistakes in the young man's process. Despite that, he was still pleased with what he saw. As he continued to observe it, he soon became puzzled, though. He could recognize every herb that Yang Kai threw into the alchemy furnace. He could also identify their medicinal age and instantly figure out what kinds of pills required these herbs. Additionally, he understood when would be the best time to add the medicinal liquids into the furnace. Nevertheless, when all of these herbs were combined, he couldn't figure out what pill was being made. He thus turned his head and realized that Zhou Feng was also looking attentively with a perplexed expression. Zhu Guming couldn't help but ask secretly, "What pill is he making?" Zhou Feng frowned. "I don't know. Can't you tell?" Zhu Guming refuted. "Why would I have asked you if I could figure it out?" Zhou Feng replied, "It looks like he's trying to refine a new kind of spirit pill." Zhu Guming was shocked. Are there still any spirit pills in this world that we're not aware of? It had been many thousands of years since they began cultivating the alchemic Tao, and they were versed in essentially every pill recipe in existence. However, Yang Kai's process puzzled them. There was no doubt that it was a new pill recipe, so they couldn't help but wonder what spirit pill this young man was working on. They initially wanted to reprimand Yang Kai and tell him to do what he was best at and leave refining pills to the experts. Since he was able to fight against the enemy, he should focus on doing that. However, neither was interested in chiding him anymore, as they were absorbed in observing his process and waiting for the result. Just an hour later, a pop was heard coming from the alchemy furnace. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng felt their chests tightening as they thought it was such a shame. The moment a burnt smell exuded from the alchemy furnace, Yang Kai let out a sigh and got to his feet. Tang Kun, who was stunned by Zhou Feng's slap earlier, had already come to his senses as he stood behind the grandmasters. Seeing that the two grandmasters were not disturbing Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't dare to say anything as well. It wasn't until this moment that he rushed over and said to Yang Kai, "Senior brother Yang, these are the vice hall masters of the pill hall. They're also two of the best alchemy grandmasters here." He then introduced him to Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist. "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." Tang Kun looked apologetically at Yang Kai. "Please forgive me, senior brother Yang. The grandmasters insisted on coming over to have a look upon learning that you're refining pills here. There's nothing this Tang could do." Yang Kai understood him. Even though he was focused on his alchemy just now, he was fully aware of what was going on around him. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to be distracted at that time, despite knowing that the expressions of Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng at the time suggested that they did not simply want to have a look at what he was doing. Before Tang Kun could finish his words, Yang Kai waved his hand. "I already intended to seek help from the pill hall to begin with. Even if the grandmasters hadn't come looking for me, I would still have requested to visit them. Yang Kai never expected that he could complete the pill recipe he found in the handwritten record on his own. He initially wanted to familiarize himself with the basics of the process and then seek help from the pill hall to complete this task. After all, he was the only one who could understand the handwritten record. Only when he was at least a bit familiar with it could he explain the details to the alchemists in the pill hall. Even if Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng never looked for him, he would have asked Tang Kun to introduce him to the alchemy grandmasters in the pill hall soon. It could be said that Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng had arrived at just the right time. He reckoned that it would be best for the professionals to take over now. Tang Kun had no idea whether Yang Kai was serious or just consoling him, but he was relieved that the latter showed no intent to blame him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5038, Purifying Black Ink Pills. Zhu Guming was never a patient man, so after waiting for a bit, he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai, what spirit pill were you trying to make? Yang Kai replied respectfully, Grandmaster Zhu Gu, the spirit pill I was trying to refine is called the Purifying Black Ink Pill.
What?
Zhou Feng raised his voice. Purifying Black Ink Pill. Yang Kai enunciated every word. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng exchanged glances. Most of the time, the uses of spirit pills would be obvious from their names, and the name of this spirit pill was quite thought-provoking indeed. Zhu Guming frowned. Could the use of this purifying black ink pill be? Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Zhu Gu, it is as you think. Purifying black ink pills are used to purify black ink strength that has invaded humans. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng gasped at the same time. Tang Kun, who was standing beside them, widened his mouth and sported a look of disbelief. Yang Kai explained slowly, in ancient times, there were already human masters who fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. The seniors of ancient times were truly ingenious and seemed to have developed these purifying black ink pills that could be used to resist black ink strength. However, this pill recipe had been lost with the passage of time. Recently, I happened to find a tattered handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist in a sealed world. I found the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill in that handwritten record. Unfortunately, the pill recipe is incomplete as the handwritten record was in poor condition. I've been trying to complete the pill recipe during this period of time, but I've yet to succeed. Zhu Guming hurriedly said, A handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist? Where is it? Zhou Feng also looked fervently at Yang Kai. Although they were already among the best alchemy grandmasters alive, there was no end to the pursuit of knowledge in this grand Tao. They reckoned that the insights and knowledge of a senior from ancient times could help them improve their skills. Therefore, they were deathly curious about the handwritten record that Yang Kai had mentioned. It would be of great help to them if they could have a look at it. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep this treasure to himself, so he promptly fished out the record. An agile Zhu Guming took the handwritten record and infused his divine sense into it. Zhou Feng, who didn't manage to get his hands on it, was clearly anxious and kept glaring at Zhu Guming, as though he was trying to kill the latter with his gaze. He initially thought that it would take Zhu Guming a long time to read it, but just a moment later, the latter appeared speechless. I don't understand it at all. Incapable and ignorant fool. Zhou Feng snorted as he rudely took the tattered handwritten record from Zhu Guming and infused his divine sense into it. Zhu Guming shot him a glance and snapped, I'll write my name backwards from now on if you can understand it. Zhou Feng sported a solemn expression as he focused on going through the handwritten record. A while later, he retracted his divine sense and appeared dejected. This senior's intelligence is indeed unrivaled. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming snorted. Many of the characters found in this handwritten record were from ancient times and were completely unrecognizable. They could identify some of the words, but they couldn't understand the meaning behind them when they tried to piece them together. Apparently, the language used in ancient times was different from the present. Such a handwritten record was definitely invaluable. However, it wouldn't be of much use if it couldn't be comprehended. Ignoring Zhu Guming's mockery, Zhou Feng turned to Yang Kai and asked, You can understand it? Zhu Guming became energized as well. When he observed Yang Kai practice alchemy just now, He realized that the latter had made some excellent progress in the early steps, but failed as the process went on. It was obvious that Yang Kai had comprehended the first part of the pill recipe of these purifying black ink pills. Yang Kai replied, "I can understand most of it." In fact, he was also unable to recognize most of the words in the handwritten record. However, after he refined the alchemic Tao essence left behind by the senior alchemist, he could intuit the meaning of those words despite not being able to identify them. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng were elated upon hearing that, with the former saying nervously, "Tell us about the purifying black ink pills recipe. Perhaps we'll be able to help." Zhou Feng nodded repeatedly. The two of them had always been on bad terms, as each believed that they were better than the other when it came to their skills in alchemy. They rarely saw eye to eye, but in order to have a detailed explanation of the pill recipe of the purifying black ink pill now, they decided to put their grudges aside, at least temporarily. It had always been Yang Kai's intention to seek help from the grandmasters in the pill hall, so he wasn't the least bit upset. He then explained to them everything he knew about the pill recipe in detail, while Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng listened attentively. It took Yang Kai an hour to finish explaining what he knew. After that, he let out a sigh. The handwritten record has been in existence for far too long, which is why it's so tattered. The most valuable information in it is the purifying black ink pill recipe. However, even that is incomplete. I've repeatedly tried different methods to complete it. Everything went well in the initial stage, but it wouldn't be long after that I'd fail. I imagine that one or more key herbs were recorded in the missing part of the pill recipe. If we can figure out the missing part, the pill recipe will be complete once again." Zhu Guming nodded. "Your speculation is likely correct. However, we have no idea about what's missing from the pill recipe." "Well, it's not like we're completely clueless. The first part and much of the latter section of the pill recipe are complete. We're only missing a piece from the middle. We can figure out the missing part by making some deductions based on the first and last parts of the recipe." There was a solemn expression on Zhou Feng's face. Despite that, it won't be an easy feat. Is it one herb or several herbs that are missing? What is the appropriate amount? When is the best time to add the herbs to the furnace? There are a lot of variables involved. A lot of herbs will be consumed if we want to complete this recipe. Zhu Guming countered. "The humans from all the great passes have spent countless herbs trying to create something like this purifying black ink pill over the years. Now that we already have a half-complete pill recipe, though, we just have to figure out the missing part. Why would we shy away from this relatively easier task?" Zhou Feng nodded. "You have a point." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, "The humans from the different great passes have tried to refine a purifying black ink pill before?" Zhu Guming nodded. "Of course, we've all tried making such a pill before. The invasion of black ink strength has been an unsolvable problem for millennia. Once a human was invaded by black ink strength on the battlefield, they had no choice but to give up a part of their small universe, thus putting an end to their martial Tao. Therefore, alchemists like us thought that perhaps we could create a kind of spirit pill that could resist or purify black ink strength. Coincidentally, we also named such pills purifying black ink pills, though they were never successfully created." Zhou Feng said, "We spent countless years and resources on this project, but unfortunately, no progress was ever made. Even though a lot of strange pills had been created during the process, they were unable to resist the black ink strength in the end. In fact, before your arrival in Blue Sky Pass, this old fart and I would study how to refine purifying black ink pills in our spare time. However, after you came to Blue Sky Pass and brought with you purifying light, we decided to give up on making such pills." Suddenly thinking of something, Zhou Feng said, "By the way, since there's alright purifying light, would purifying black ink pills still be useful even if they're created?" Zhu Guming quickly turned to Yang Kai as he also realized it. Yang Kai replied solemnly, "They'll still be useful. Even though purifying light is able to cleanse black ink strength, casting it requires valuable resources. There will come a day when these unique resources are depleted. By then, without purifying light to rely on, we'll have to make use of purifying black ink pills to ensure our safety. On top of that, purifying light is currently sealed within the purifying black ink battleship of each human army. On the battlefield, If a human soldier is invaded by black ink strength, they have to retreat to a purifying black ink battleship. That is fine if the battleship is nearby, but what if the vessel is too far away for one to return promptly? In that case, purifying black ink pills will be more useful than purifying light. You have a point. Zhu Guming nodded, then turned to Zhou Feng. We'll do our best, then. If we can really create working purifying black ink pills, perhaps our names will be remembered by the future generations. Zhou Feng was excited at that. We'll definitely do our best. I'll leave it to you then, seniors. Yang Kai had explained most of the purifying black ink pill recipe to them, and he also shared with them his failures during this period of time so that they wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of the matter. He would just let those from the pill hall figure out the complete pill recipe of the purifying black ink pills. In fact, Yang Kai could have passed everything to the pill hall right from the start. The reason he had spent a month practicing alchemy was that he wanted to familiarize himself with the recipe and verify its feasibility first. Even though it was proven that it was possible to create purifying black ink pills, and the pill recipe was only half complete, it would still take them a long time to figure out the missing parts. Before Yang Kai left, he said to Tang Kun, "You should tell those in the medicine garden to begin nurturing large quantities of obsidian grass and green feather rattan. If the grandmasters can really complete the pill recipe, those two ingredients will see a huge increase in demand." Tang Kun nodded. "Leave it to me." He had listened to the conversation between Yang Kai, Zhu Guming, and Zhou Feng, so he was aware of the importance of this matter. The main ingredients for refining purifying black ink pills were obsidian grass and green feather rattan. If the pills were successfully created, the amount currently grown in the medicine garden wouldn't be anywhere near sufficient. After leaving the pill hall, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to return home. Instead, he headed to the War Materials Hall. Now that it was somewhat peaceful in the inner sanctum, and that there was no harassment from the Black Ink clan, it was the best chance for Yang Kai to get some rest and cultivate. When the Black Ink clan struck again, he wouldn't have any free time. Strictly speaking, he was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he needed a lot of time to strengthen his cultivation. After all, accumulation was key to the cultivation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. The War Materials Hall was always bustling with noise as people were constantly coming and going. Yang Kai stood in front of a counter and held out his identity token. Behind the counter was a beautiful woman who took the token. After looking into it, she gazed at Yang Kai in shock. "Are you Yang Kai?" A lot of people in Blue Sky Pass had met Yang Kai before, but there were even more people who had never seen him. Most of them had only heard of his name, which was why this woman asked this question. Yang Kai replied, "If there's not another Yang Kai in the inner sanctum, I'm the one." The woman smiled. "It's really you, Senior Brother Yang. Do you need anything?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5039, The Use of the Clone's World Fruits. "Please help me check how many military merits I have," Yang Kai requested. "Please give me a moment, Senior Brother," the woman replied. The information in the War Materials Hall was shared with the Merit Hall. The transactions of the military merits of all human soldiers were recorded in detail in the Merit Hall. After all, it wasn't easy for human soldiers to earn military merits on the Black Ink battlefield, so no negligence could be tolerated. Soon, the woman reported a figure. Yang Kai was shocked upon hearing it and blurted out, "Why do I have so few?" The woman was astounded and asked back, "You call that few?" According to the information she had found, Yang Kai could be considered wealthy when it came to military merits. Most people only had a fraction of his savings. However, Yang Kai was fully aware of how many contributions he had made recently. When he went to Forward Base 4 previously, he and the members of Dawn had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen. He even managed to save Bai Yi and worked with her to kill Zhu Feng. In the last battle, the two of them even assisted Cha Hu to execute a territory lord. After occupying Forward Base 4, Yang Kai brought out the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, which allowed those from Blue Sky Pass to move the universe worlds back from different resource harvesting areas. Following that, he opened up 11 portals to ancient sealed worlds. All those were contributions he had made. Just the fact that he and Bai had worked together to kill a territory lord would have earned him a lot of military merits. According to his own estimation, He should have at least 3 times more military merits than the figure he had just heard. Do you want me to help you check the transactions of your military merits? The woman asked. Is it all right for you to do so? Yang Kai gazed at her. The woman put on a faint smile. Our information is shared with the merit hall. It's certainly all right for me to do so. After she finished speaking, she started looking into the matter. A moment later, she sported a doubtful expression. Senior brother, from what I've gathered, you had a transaction last month that cost a lot of military merits. However, this piece of information is classified, so I'm unable to access it to find out what you traded for. Do you not know what you traded for? Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. He had just finished refining the world tree a month ago, so he hadn't traded his military merits for anything. The next instant, he suddenly realized that his military merits must have been exchanged for the world tree. Chahu had said that the world tree's clone could be given to him, and those from the inner sanctum wouldn't object to it. However, Yang Kai would have to exchange his military merits for it. No one could judge how valuable a world tree clone truly was, for it was one of the rarest and most precious treasures in the universe. The army commanders must have told the people in Merit Hall to deduct Yang Kai's military merits. Although it was a large sum, the figure was nothing compared to the real value of the world tree clone. Yang Kai relaxed upon that realization. On the other hand, the woman behind the counter examined Yang Kai with her alluring eyes as she wondered what he had traded for. This piece of information was so important that it was classified to the point even she couldn't access it. This had never happened before. Is there anything else you need, senior brother? We've received a lot of good things in the War Materials Hall recently, the woman asked. Yang Kai initially intended to trade for some spirit pills to increase his cultivation speed, so his interest was piqued when he heard that. Recently, those from the inner sanctum had been mining many universe worlds, so it wasn't surprising that some interesting stuff had been found. I'll have a look first, Yang Kai replied. All the tradable resources are here. Please take a look, senior brother. As the woman spoke, she passed him a jade slip. After taking the jade slip, Yang Kai infused his divine sense into it. Just like what he had seen previously, the jade slip recorded all the purchasable resources. The number 1 item on the list was still profounding spirit fruits, but they were currently out of stock. It was apparent that this item was always hard to come by. Although they had found a lot of profounding spirit fruits in the sealed world left behind by the senior alchemist, the need for such fruits was insatiable in Blue Sky Pass. The moment the spirit fruits appeared in the War Materials Hall, they would be snapped up within a few hours. To the humans, there could never be enough profounding spirit fruits. Only when all of the open heaven realm masters, who had given up parts of their small universes, fully repaired them would such spirit fruits lose their value. As Yang Kai scrolled down, he was shocked by the second item on the list, and he couldn't help but gaze at the woman and ask, "There are world fruits here?" The words world fruit were written on the second row of the jade slip. There was a note behind it which said that they were mid-rank world fruits picked from the world tree's clone. World fruits were also the third item on the list, but these were low-rank world fruits. Certainly, Yang Kai knew where the world fruits came from, for he and Chahu had personally picked them from the world tree clone. Nevertheless, he had never expected that they would be listed in the War Materials Hall for others to buy. The woman nodded, yes, but there are only a small number of mid-rank world fruits left. There are still a lot of low-rank world fruits, though. Yang Kai was astonished. There are still some mid-rank world fruits? These items should have been snapped up by the soldiers in the inner sanctum by now. After all, the effects of world fruits were simply too amazing. When Yang Kai consumed a world fruit back then, he directly ascended to the 6th order from the 5th order. Not only did it help him save lots of cultivation time, but it also extended the limit of his martial Tao. It was inconceivable that there were still some of them left. The only reasonable explanation was that these world fruits were different from the ones he had consumed in the past, so they were less valuable. As expected, the woman explained, You might not be aware of it yet, senior brother, but it is said that these world fruits were picked from a world tree's clone, so they're not as amazing as the ones in the legends. Even if a person consumes a mid-rank world fruit, it will only help them increase the heritage of their small universe a little. It can't help them directly ascend to the next order. It also requires a lot of military merits to trade for these world fruits, so most people would rather get more resources and just cultivate slowly. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai finally realized the reason behind the current situation. It was expected that the world fruits produced from the world tree's clone were not as incredible as the ones from the mother tree. The weakest soldiers in the inner sanctum were in the fifth order open heaven realm, so mid-rank world fruits should supposedly be quite attractive to them. However, military merits were not easy to come by, so no one was willing to squander them. What about the low-rank world fruits? What are their uses? Even the low-rank world fruits grown on the mother tree were not very valuable, let alone the ones from a mere clone. In the War Materials Hall, there was a stark difference between the military merits needed to trade for these two kinds of world fruits. The woman replied, "A low-rank world fruit is able to help rapidly restore one's world force. It's equivalent to a potent spirit pill." It was not different from what Yang Kai was aware of. "Senior brother, you're in the seventh order open heaven realm, so these two kinds of world fruits are useless to you. You'll only restore your strength by consuming them. Do you still want to purchase them?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, I was just curious." These mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were useless to him since their effects were not so incredible. It wasn't necessary to waste his military merits to purchase them. As Yang Kai continued to scroll down, he realized that there were really a lot of wonderful things that he had never seen before. They must have been extracted from those universe worlds. With that said, Yang Kai didn't lack cultivation resources. Before he left the 3,000 worlds to head to the Black Ink battlefield, he had prepared enough resources to help him ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. In the end, he simply purchased some spirit pills that were used for cultivation and left the War Materials Hall. To this day, Yang Kai had never had his own residence in Blue Sky Pass, so he just lived with Feng Ying. Fortunately, Feng Ying was a battalion commander in the past, so she was important enough to have her own courtyard with a lot of rooms. He soon returned to his residence, and the moment he stepped into the courtyard, Feng Ying came over as she had heard some noises. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had returned, she was surprised and asked, "Are you done with everything?" Yang Kai let out a sigh. "It's not so easy. I've passed everything to the pill hall, so I no longer have to worry about it." Feng Ying nodded. "That's good. You should focus on fortifying your cultivation instead of getting distracted." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion now, so you have to pay attention to the affairs in the inner sanctum. Inform me if there's any emergency." "Good." Feng Ying nodded, then fished out a square wooden box. "This is for you." "What is it?" Yang Kai took it and asked in puzzlement. Feng Ying shook her head. "Army Commander Zhong Liang told someone to send it here a few days ago. Supposedly it's a reward for you. I don't know what it is." Yang Kai measured the wooden box's weight with his hand and realized that it wasn't heavy. After he opened it, a red spirit fruit the size of a baby fist came into his sight. At the same time, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. "A world fruit?" Feng Ying arched her brow. "A high-rank world fruit," Yang Kai exclaimed. He and Chahu had worked together to pick the world fruits from the world tree clone. Even though there were a lot of world fruits, most of them were low rank while some of them were mid-rank. As for high-rank world fruits, there had only been 6 of them. Even if Chahu had also acquired some high-rank world fruits, there shouldn't have been more than a dozen or so. Mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were placed in the War Materials Hall for the soldiers to get. Yang Kai initially wondered where the high-rank world fruits were. It never crossed his mind that he would see one here. He was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were useless to him. Only the high-rank ones were useful to him. So, it's a world fruit. Feng Ying wasn't aware of what was inside the box before opening it. It wasn't until this moment that she realized it was a world fruit. Worried that Yang Kai might have some unrealistic expectations, she said, "The army commanders have told some people to study these world fruits. They found that the world fruits grown on the clone are not as amazing as the ones in the legend. With that said, you can indeed increase the heritage of your small universe by consuming this thing, which saves you some cultivation time. It's best for your current condition. However, it can't help you directly ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The army commanders are indeed thoughtful. Yang Kai nodded and stored the wooden box. I'll start cultivating now, then. Please keep an eye on the affairs around here, senior sister. Call out to me in case of an emergency. All right. Feng Ying waved her hand. Yang Kai bowed his head and returned to his own room. Following that, he activated the restriction around the room and sat down with his legs crossed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5040, Pleasant Surprise. After emptying his mind, Yang Kai opened the wooden box and fished out the high-rank world fruit picked from the World Tree's clone. The fruit was fragrant and tasty. In the past, he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit that came from the Mother Tree, which allowed him to directly ascend to the 6th Order from the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. He could still clearly remember the sweet taste of that fruit. After examining the baby fist-sized fruit for a moment, he placed it into his mouth and bit down on it. The moment the peel broke, his mouth was filled with a refreshingly sweet taste. A sense of warmth streamed into his stomach. The next instant, a gale blew across his entire small universe as a large amount of world force appeared out of thin air. Even the world tree in his small universe rustled lightly. This new power was harmless and devoid of any impurities to Yang Kai. It was so indescribably pure that anyone could easily absorb it. This was the abstrusity of the world fruits. Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and started circulating his secret art. Every time his small universe undulated, his heritage would be strengthened a little, which allowed the world force in his small universe to become more ample and solid. The situation lasted for more than 10 days. It wasn't until half a month later that Yang Kai felt that he had fully refined the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit. As he examined his small universe now, he couldn't help feeling moved. Although he already knew that a high-rank world fruit wouldn't allow him to directly ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and could only save him some cultivation time by strengthening his heritage, he was still pleasantly surprised at the outcome. The heritage of his small universe had increased by 20%. One must not underestimate a 20% increase in heritage. If he were to cultivate in seclusion, it would have taken him 300 to 500 years to achieve the same result. In other words, a high-rank world fruit from a world tree's clone had saved him 300 to 500 years of cultivation time. This was indeed an incredible benefit. 300 to 500 years of cultivation would allow him to fully consolidate his 7th Order Open Heaven realm cultivation and increase his strength significantly. Because it was very hard for an Open Heaven realm master to ascend to the next order, often taking hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, some people had proposed that every order should be divided into early, middle, and late stages. That would allow them to quickly judge the power of an Open Heaven realm master. According to this kind of classification, Yang Kai was still just in the early stage of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Even though he was still in the early stage after consuming the world fruit, his power had been significantly strengthened. Nevertheless, this kind of classification was too complicated, so it was not universally accepted. With that said, it explained why there could be such a huge gap in strength between two Open Heaven realm masters who were in the same order. A newly promoted 7th Order master was only in the early stage, while someone like Feng Ying was definitely in the late stage of 7th Order Open Heaven realm. The difference between them was several thousand years of accumulation, possibly even longer. The huge gap between their heritages meant that they wouldn't be equally matched if they got into a fight. A high-rank world fruit had saved Yang Kai several hundred years of cultivation time, so what if he consumed even more of the fruits? He couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. With that said, Yang Kai knew that it was unlikely to happen. There were only a dozen high-rank world fruits that were picked from the World Tree's clone, and the reason he could get one was that he had made some significant contributions in the past. There were other high-rank Open Heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass who must have also made great contributions, and these high-rank world fruits should be given to them as rewards. Furthermore, even the 8th Order Division commanders and army commanders would benefit from consuming these high-rank world fruits. On top of that, the benefits gained from refining the same kind of treasure would always decrease with repeated consumption. One high-rank world fruit had saved Yang Kai 300 to 500 years of cultivation time, but the effects of a second would likely yield half that benefit at most. As for a third or fourth fruit, there might be no benefits at all. It was a characteristic shared by essentially all precious treasures. Regardless, Yang Kai was already pleased with the increase in strength after having one high-rank world fruit. However, he now needed some time to adjust to the sharp increase in heritage and power. It wasn't until a month later that he let out a long breath. Although he still wasn't fully adapted to his increased strength, it was at least manageable now. Even if he got into a fight with a formidable enemy, he would be able to fully utilize his power. After getting some rest, he fished out a set of 7th-order materials and refined them. In the past, he would always refine 6th-order materials when cultivating. However, since he was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master now, he was able to refine 7th-order materials. Refining materials equivalent to one's own order had always been the quickest and most desirable way for Open Heaven Realm Masters to steadily cultivate. Still, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters usually wouldn't squander materials in such a way. 7th-order Yin and Yang element materials were extremely rare, and they were considered strategic resources in the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't use such resources unless it was absolutely necessary, and no one would refine them just to cultivate. However, Yang Kai was different. Yellow and blue crystals had been piled up like mountains in his small universe, so he would never be lacking Yin and Yang element materials. He had also prepared a lot of 5-element materials that were sufficient for his own cultivation. On the black ink battlefield, he could only ensure his safety by increasing his strength and quickly ascending to the next order. Therefore, he didn't mind refining 7th-order materials to increase his rate of cultivation. In the past, an Open Heaven Realm Master, who apparently had nothing better to do, had carried out a certain experiment. He refined a set of 4th-order materials, then refined Open Heaven pills equivalent to the cost of a 4th-order set of materials. Comparing the two, the increase in power from refining a set of 4th-order materials was only half that of the increase in power from refining Open Heaven pills. The person obtained the same result after experimenting with 5th-order materials. In other words, the increase in power one would gain from refining a set of materials was only half of what one could gain by refining Open Heaven pills of the same value. Therefore, the average Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't want to squander their wealth by refining a set of materials. The Open Heaven Realm Master who carried out the experiments never experimented with 6th-order and 7th-order materials because he wasn't strong or wealthy enough. However, the results would most likely be the same. In short, it was a waste of resources to refine 6th-order and 7th-order materials. What was wasted wasn't the power of the materials, of course, but the maximum value these materials could bring. However, Yang Kai's primary goal was to increase his strength as quickly as possible, and he wasn't lacking materials, so he didn't mind trading value for speed. Refining Open Heaven pills was too slow compared to refining 7th-order materials. As time passed, a set of 7th-order materials was absorbed and added to the heritage of his small universe. Even though he was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master now, it still took Yang Kai quite some time to refine a set of 7th-order materials. It wasn't until half a year later that the power of the 7th-order materials became depleted and they crumbled into dust. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a light flashed across his gaze. His eyes were as bright as two suns. The heritage of his small universe had increased after he refined that set of 7th-order materials. However, he felt that something was off during the process, but it wasn't really a bad thing. It was just that the speed at which he refined materials was quicker than what he had expected. It was the first time he refined a set of 7th-order materials, and he had never experienced such an anomaly before, so he wasn't sure if there was really anything wrong. As such, he didn't stop refining them. As he recalled the entire refinement process, Yang Kai realized that such speed was actually outrageously quick. It had to be noted that it would take him roughly the same time to refine a set of 6th-order materials when he was in the 6th-order Open Heaven realm in the past. Since he had ascended to the 7th order, it was expected that his refinement speed would increase as well, but this was still ridiculously fast. What he had refined was a set of 7th-order materials, which were starkly different from 6th-order materials. A set of sixth-order materials was worth about 130 million to 150 million open heaven pills. When Yang Kai was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, he could refine more than 100,000 open heaven pills every day. If he traded a set of sixth-order materials for open heaven pills, it would thus take him 4 to 5 years to fully consume them. Nonetheless, it would only take him half a year to refine a set of sixth-order materials. He initially thought that it would take him a few years to refine a set of seventh-order materials which were worth approximately 10 times as much as a sixth-order set of materials, so he was truly surprised at the outcome. After giving it a thought with a frown, he fished out a set of sixth-order materials and refined them in silence. While he was refining the materials this time, Yang Kai also paid close attention to what was happening in his small universe. In just 1 month, the set of sixth-order materials lost all its power and became valueless. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. When he was a sixth-order master, it would take him half a year to refine a set of sixth-order materials. Even though his strength had increased as he was now a seventh-order master, it shouldn't have been so quick and easy for him to refine these materials. He initially estimated it would take him 3 to 4 months. The only explanation was that something was increasing his efficiency when refining the materials, and that assistance must have been provided by the World Tree clone that had merged with his small universe. He had been paying close attention to the World Tree clone when refining the materials, and although there didn't seem to be anything off about it, Yang Kai was certain his increased rate of refinement had something to do with the tree. The only major difference between when he was a sixth-order master and a seventh-order master was the World Tree clone's presence in his small universe. It seemed that the clone was able to significantly increase his speed of refining resources, though he didn't understand the reason behind it. Despite that, it was a huge benefit to him, as he could refine a set of materials much quicker now. In other words, as long as he was willing to spend time cultivating, Yang Kai would be able to increase his strength at a much faster rate than other cultivators. The effects wouldn't be conspicuous in the short term. However, ascending to the 8th order from the 7th order was a long process of accumulation. The benefits of the World Tree clone would make a huge difference in the long term. When he told the army commanders about the 3 benefits he was aware of after planting the World Tree's clone in his small universe, Yang Kai felt that there might be more hidden benefits, and had said as much, but didn't go into detail. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from them, it was just that he didn't know them at the time. If he hadn't decided to cultivate in seclusion this time, he wouldn't have discovered this benefit at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to him. It had cost him a lot of military merits to get this World Tree clone. However, the merits were nothing compared to the benefits that this clone had brought him. The clone was as good as free. Since he was in a jovial mood, Yang Kai even found joy in this kind of supposedly boring method of cultivation. He then fished out another set of 7th-order materials and refined them. If others saw Yang Kai right now, they would surely curse him out as a wastrel for squandering so many materials away. Martial Peak, Chapter 5041, Ownership of the World Spring. As time passed, Yang Kai consistently refined a set of 7th-order materials every half a year. With that said, he didn't just cultivate in seclusion all the time. Cultivating was a monotonous activity, and if one wasn't composed enough, he would become jittery by remaining in such a state for an extended period of time. Even though it wouldn't happen to Yang Kai, he would still try to prevent it from occurring. Every time he finished refining a set of 7th-order materials, he would leave his room and take a stroll. Sometimes, he would walk around for 3 to 5 days. When he felt like it, he would travel around for 10 days to half a month. After winding down and moving his body, he would cultivate in seclusion again. As he had taken time to get some rest, his efficiency would greatly improve. When he was free one day, he headed to the War Materials Hall and traded all his 5th-order and 6th-order materials for military merits, which he then exchanged for 7th-order 5-element materials. He had brought these 5th-order and 6th-order materials from the 3,000 worlds for his own cultivation. Now, the best way for him to cultivate was to refine 7th-order materials, so these 5th-order and 6th-order materials were of no value to him. 7th-order materials were his best choice. In fact, the conversion rate for exchanging 7th-order 5-element materials in the inner sanctum was quite favorable. For every 2 sets of 6th order 5-element materials, he would gain enough military merits to trade for a set of 7th order ones. The conversion rate was just 2 to 1. It had to be noted that in the 3000 worlds, the value of the materials in each order went up 10 times per order. However, it was only 2 times greater in Blue Sky Pass. After all, the higher-ups had to take care of the soldiers who fought against the Black Ink clan, so they couldn't possibly measure the value of the materials in each order according to the conversion rate in the 3000 worlds. Secondly, the consumption rate of 7th order materials was extremely low, so as time passed, a lot of 7th order materials had been accumulated in Blue Sky Pass. There were even ample reserves of 8th order materials. There were quite a number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Inner Sanctum, and the number of 8th Order Division Commanders alone came up to several dozen. However, none of them would be as wasteful as Yang Kai, who refined 7th Order materials directly when cultivating. The main reason was that high-order Yin and Yang element materials were still exceptionally rare. Without 7th Order and 8th Order Yin and Yang element materials, they simply couldn't refine materials to cultivate regardless of how many 5-element materials they possessed, or else their small universes would become imbalanced. As more and more universe worlds were strip-mined outside Blue Sky Pass, a lot of 7th Order and 8th Order materials had been found. Nevertheless, these materials would generally be used for artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays, not cultivation. In this situation, Yang Kai was at an advantage. The materials he possessed now were more than sufficient to help him ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. He also took some time to head to the pill hall to find out about the progress of creating purifying black ink pills. Nonetheless, he didn't meet the 2 alchemy grandmasters, Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng. He only saw Tang Kun. According to Tang Kun, after Yang Kai left that day, the 2 grandmasters started focusing on completing the purifying black ink pill recipe. Countless herbs had been consumed so far, but fortunately, they had made some progress. However, they would still have to work harder in order to create purifying black ink pills. Those from the medicine garden had started nurturing more obsidian grass and green feather rattan as well. Once the purifying black ink pill recipe was perfected, there would be enough ingredients to be used in their production. One day, after Yang Kai finished refining a set of 7th Order materials, he left his room. Feng Ying had been waiting for him, and the moment she heard the door opening, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "You're indeed disciplined when it comes to cultivating, junior brother." Over the past 2 years, Yang Kai would always stop cultivating after half a year. With that as a baseline, Feng Ying speculated that he might emerge sometime soon, which was why she decided to wait for him there. "It's boring to just sit and cultivate, so I need to relax and unwind from time to time." Yang Kai stretched his back. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Feng Ying must have something to tell him by waiting for him here. "Martial Uncle Zhong Liang said that you have to look for him as soon as you stop cultivating." There was a solemn expression on Feng Ying's face. Yang Kai straightened his face. "Has something happened in the inner sanctum?" Feng Ying shook her head. "Nothing major has happened in the inner sanctum. He revealed to me that it has something to do with the world spring." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized what was going on. After he refined the world tree, he told the 4 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass that he was willing to give up the world spring in his small universe. After all, he felt the world tree's clone was also able to protect his small universe even better than the world spring. Although Yang Kai wasn't able to verify this for the time being, he had a feeling that even without the world spring, he still wouldn't be affected by black ink strength. At that time, Zhongliang and the others said that there was no rush to deal with this issue. Even though he was willing to give up the world spring, they had to have a discussion about who would take it. Yang Kai had never expected that it would take 2 years for a decision to be made. It seemed that the army commanders were quite cautious when it came to this matter. "I'll head over right now," Yang Kai replied and shot into the sky as he headed straight to the headquarters of the Western Army. Upon his arrival, he told someone to inform Zhongliang, and a moment later, he was shown inside. After entering the hall, he saw Zhongliang assigning some work to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It wasn't until Zhongliang was done with his affairs and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master left that Yang Kai took a step forward and cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir." Zhongliang nodded gently and rose from the chair. I'm sure Fengming has told you why I've asked you to see me. Yang Kai nodded. Yes, senior sister has informed me about it. Have all of you decided on who will take over the world spring? Zhongliang replied, yes, a decision has been made. However, this king has to remind you that since you've decided to give up the world spring, you'll have to sacrifice a small part of your small universe. Doing so will cause your small universe to be incomplete. It's no big deal as you can repair it by consuming a profound spirit fruit. However, if you lose the ability to resist black ink strength because of that, you have to stay here in the inner sanctum and must not go anywhere as you please. Yang Kai said obediently, I understand. Zhongliang looked at him with a gentle and approving gaze. That's thoughtful of you. Other than Yang Kai, no one knew what the benefits of the World Trees clone were at that time. Even if he wasn't willing to give up the World Spring, no one would say anything. However, as soon as he refined the World Trees clone, he brought up this issue, which showed that he was not an ungrateful person. An 8th Order Master who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would be able to deal a greater blow to the enemy on the battlefield, for they would no longer have to worry about black ink strength invading their body. Come with me. Zhongliang beckoned to him and shuffled out of the hall. Yang Kai followed closely. Soon, they stepped out of Blue Sky Pass and arrived in the void outside. Someone was already standing there. It was apparent that he had been waiting since receiving a message from Zhongliang. Yang Kai was able to recognize the person at first glance and asked, Sir Ding Yao is going to take over the World Spring? The person who had been waiting there was none other than the army commander of the Eastern Army, Ding Yao. Zhongliang nodded. That's right. Other than the old ancestors in the inner sanctum, this old fart is the strongest, so he's the most suited to take over the World Spring. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Zhongliang could call Ding Yao an old fart, but he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. In any case, he had already expected such an outcome. Very few 4 universe pillars had been found so far, and they were all in the hands of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. 9th Order Old Ancestors didn't need one of the 4 universe pillars, as they were strong enough that they didn't have to worry about black ink strength invading their bodies. On the other hand, a 7th Order Master might not be able to keep a world spring safe. That was the reason Zhongliang wasn't willing to let Yang Kai outside for missions back then. Yang Kai was vital to the human race, but he wasn't powerful enough at that time. If anything happened to him, Zhongliang wouldn't be able to explain himself to the old ancestor. 9th Order Old Ancestors didn't need the World Spring, while 7th Order Masters weren't strong enough to keep them safe or make use of them. It would be best for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to have it. Yang Kai already speculated that one of the 4 army commanders would eventually take over the World Spring, and it seemed that his speculation was correct. The moment Yang Kai got closer, Ding Yao gazed at him and said, It'll be useless to regret it once you go ahead with your decision. It's still not too late for you to back out. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Since a decision has been made, I'll not go back on my word. Ding Yao nodded. I won't dissuade you, then. Zhongliang said, You can start now if you're ready, however. You have to do your best to minimize the damage, Yang Kai. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and closed his eyes. The instant he activated his divine sense, his world force undulated around him as a buzzing sound was continuously heard in his small universe. Following his move, the originally complete small universe started trembling, and the next moment, the ground started shaking violently. Yang Kai widened his eyes and started growling like a beast. The excruciating pain he was going through caused him to shudder uncontrollably. Prior to this, he had no idea that it was so painful to give up a piece of his small universe. Before he brought the purifying light to the black ink battlefield, the human soldiers here had to give up parts of their small universes after they were contaminated with black ink strength in order to survive. While bearing the excruciating pain, they also had to risk their lives to battle against the black ink clansmen. It must have been a cruel experience. It wasn't hard to give up a part of his small universe, as Yang Kai just had to cut it off. The most difficult part was that he had to suppress the World Spring's aura to that particular territory. Even though he had done his best, he still had to give up a considerable chunk of his small universe. The moment the portal of his small universe opened, a spirit province that was more than 40,000 square meters appeared in the void, at the center of which was a conspicuous spring. As soon as this territory appeared, the void around the world's spring seemed to have frozen under the influence of its power. That was the moment Ding Yao had been waiting for. He extended his hand to grab the territory. As he activated his world force, the territory instantly disappeared into his body. The next instant, Ding Yao sat down cross-legged to join Yang Kai. Zhong Liang hurriedly presented to Yang Kai a profounding spirit fruit he had prepared. Quickly consume it now. Even though it wouldn't matter to consume the fruit at a later time, he was worried that Yang Kai's foundation would be damaged if they didn't act quickly enough. Presently, Yang Kai was in so much pain that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He took the profounding spirit fruit from Zhong Liang, but just as he was about to eat it, he frowned and became rooted to the spot. Upon seeing that, Zhong Liang appeared anxious. What happened? Is there anything wrong? Yang Kai shook his head. Instead of promptly replying to him, he focused on examining his small universe. He could see that the originally complete small universe had been damaged after he sacrificed that piece of land. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5042, Self-Repair. The problem with giving up a part of one's small universe wasn't just about incompleteness, but also about a drop in strength. If Yang Kai had done such a thing not long after he ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, his cultivation would have regressed to the 6th Order. However, he had previously consumed a high-rank world fruit and refined several sets of 7th Order materials over the past 2 years. He had accumulated quite a bit of heritage in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so there was no risk of him falling to the 6th Order. It was apparent to him now that there were 2 reasons those from Blue Sky Pass rewarded him with a high-rank world fruit. First of all, he had indeed made many contributions, but secondly, they had to get him prepared for this moment. They had surely taken this exact situation into consideration, which was why it wasn't until 2 years later that they asked him to give up the world spring. What caught Yang Kai's attention wasn't the damage to his small universe, though, but the anomaly happening around the World Tree's clone. At this moment, a humming sound was heard coming from the World Tree's clone as a faintly discernible power exuded from it and streamed towards the damaged part of his small universe. Yang Kai wasn't in control of this process and he had no idea what was going on, but the instant the abstruse power exuded from the clone, his pain was significantly soothed, as though he had just come across a spring amidst the summer heat. Besides that, he had a feeling that the anomaly happening to the clone would be beneficial to him. With that said, it was just a feeling, so he couldn't make a judgment yet. He didn't immediately consume the profounding spirit fruit, but to make sure that Zhong Liang wouldn't be worried, he said, "Please rest assured, sir. I'm fine." As he spoke, he got to his feet. "I'll take my leave now. It may take some time for my small universe to heal." Certainly, Zhong Liang wouldn't stop him, so he nodded and replied, "Good. You have to promptly consume that profounding spirit fruit after you go back." "Yes," Yang Kai nodded with a solemn expression. After saluting him, he returned to the inner sanctum and headed to his place. Hovering in the void, Zhong Liang watched Yang Kai leave, then turned to look at Ding Yao. Presently, the world force around Ding Yao undulated and gusted out from his body, assimilating into the void from time to time. Just like Yang Kai had to refine the World Tree's clone, he currently had to refine the World Spring as well. In order to do that, he had to get rid of the impurities that belonged to Yang Kai. After all, he had swallowed a part of the younger man's small universe. This territory contained a part of Yang Kai's heritage, but instead of being beneficial to Ding Yao, it was harmful to him. However, he was much stronger than Yang Kai, and the territory that had been cut off wasn't big, so there weren't a lot of impurities to begin with. After just a few days, Ding Yao was done with refining the World Spring. When he opened his eyes, it was apparent that his aura had become more robust. Upon seeing that, Zhong Liang said, "Congratulations, Brother Ding. Since you have the World Spring now, you'll stand a chance to reach even greater heights." To 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them, the highest order was undoubtedly the 9th Order. There were dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Blue Sky Pass, But the reason they decided to let Ding Yao take over the world spring wasn't solely because he was the strongest amongst them. The main reason was that in the past he directly ascended to the 7th order, so the 8th order wasn't his limit. In his lifetime, he could aim to become a 9th order old ancestor. In comparison, even though Zhongliang and the others were strong as well, they had exhausted their potential. The 8th order was the best they could achieve in their lifetimes. It had been thousands of years since Ding Yao ascended to the 8th order, but even though he had accumulated a lot of heritage in his current order, he was still pretty far from the 9th order. Since he had a world spring now, though, there was no doubt that it would take him a shorter time to make it to the 9th order. Ding Yao said, "We all know that it will still take me quite some time to reach the highest order. On the other hand, since I've taken over the world spring now, I'd better give something back to that brat." In an instant, Zhongliang had a bad premonition. "What are you going to do?" Ding Yao grinned. "Since he has given me the world spring, I'll get him a gift." Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the distance. A myriad of expressions came over Zhongliang as he stayed rooted to the spot. Soon, though, he couldn't help but stomp his foot and snarl, "That reckless fool." Despite that, he didn't intend to chase after him, for he knew it was pointless to do so. Since Ding Yao had made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind. Furthermore, given his strength, he most likely wouldn't fall into any danger. In his room, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed. As he refined 7th order materials to cultivate, he examined the transformation going on in his small universe. He didn't consume the profounding spirit fruit because he wanted to find out how the clone's anomaly would influence him. If he consumed the profounding spirit fruit to repair his small universe, the clone's anomaly would probably disappear. As time passed, the changes in his small universe became increasingly conspicuous. The originally damaged part of his small universe started repairing itself. This revelation astounded Yang Kai. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the outcome that the clone's anomaly had produced. This clone was able to repair damage to his small universe. In other words, even though he never consumed the profounding spirit fruit, there still wouldn't be any problems. He couldn't believe that the World Tree clone was able to do even that. Including the fact that the clone was able to help increase his cultivation speed, he had discovered 5 benefits that the tree had given him. After giving it a thought, he realized that the tree wasn't named the World Tree for no reason. Even though he had only refined a clone, it was still a world tree. A small universe was also a universe world, and with the clone's presence, it was expected that any non-fatal damage would eventually heal itself. Back then, after he planted a world tree clone in the star boundary, the tree was even able to stabilize the collapsing universe world. Furthermore, the speed of self-repair was just as good as what consuming a profound in-spirit fruit would achieve. However, this benefit wasn't really useful to Yang Kai. After all, he wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength, so he wouldn't have to give up parts of his small universe to save himself. In any case, it was wonderful that he didn't have to consume the profounding spirit fruit, as this thing had always been in demand in the inner sanctum. He could return the fruit to Zhongliang at a later time, so that it could be placed in the War Materials Hall for someone else to use. A few months later, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Upon detecting the movement, Feng hurriedly came over. The instant she saw the person, she saluted him. "Greetings, sir." The person was none other than Ding Yao. It wasn't certain what he had done recently, but he was now engulfed in murderous intent. Feng could also see that he was injured. With his hands behind his back, Ding Yao nodded and looked around. "Where's young boy?" Feng hurriedly replied, "He's still cultivating in seclusion now. Please give me a moment, sir. I'll tell him to come out now." Ding Yao waved his hand. "Since he's cultivating in seclusion, there's no need to disturb him. I'll wait for him to come out." Upon hearing that, Feng said, "Junior brother Yang will stop cultivating in seclusion every half a year. I suppose he'll come out of his room in a few days. I'll tell him to see you when he emerges." However, Ding Yao just adjusted his clothes and took a seat in the corridor. "There's no rush. This king will wait for him here." Feng was astounded as she wondered why Ding Yao insisted on waiting for Yang Kai here. She didn't think Yang Kai had made any mistakes recently, so why did the Eastern Army commander come all the way here? While she was lost in her thoughts, she saw another person descending from the sky. It was none other than Zhongliang. She quickly saluted him and shot him an inquisitive look. Zhongliang waved his hand as he walked up to Ding Yao and sized him up. He tooted and asked, "What's the point of doing this? Doesn't it hurt?" Ding Yao replied impassively, "Injuries are inevitable, but it was worth it. I had to let those guys know the consequences of invading Blue Sky Pass. Regardless of whether I'm in a good or bad mood, I can just go over and make a fuss so that they'll have a taste of getting their home invaded." He grinned. The corners of Zhongliang's mouth twitched. He had already expected that Ding Yao would become more active after taking over the World Spring, and his speculation was right. To the side, Fengling appeared puzzled as she had no idea what these army commanders were talking about. Nevertheless, judging from Ding Yao's words, she reckoned that he had fought against the Black Ink Clan somewhere. Now, the Black Ink Clan were hiding deep in their own territory. In other words, Ding Yao had launched an attack on the Black Ink Clan's base. This notion shocked her. With that said, the humans had invaded the Black Ink Clan's territory before. With the old ancestor leading the way, those from Blue Sky Pass had previously done such a thing more than once. This always resulted in the Black Ink Clan's armies counterattacking, resulting in a full-scale war. However, every time they invaded the Black Ink Clan's base, the old ancestor would take the lead to ensure the safety of most people. Even though Ding Yao was an 8th Order master, it was risky for him to barge into the Black Ink Clan's hinterland without anyone else supporting him. Even though Fengling had no idea why Ding Yao had done such a thing, she wasn't in any position to ask about it. Zhongliang turned to look at her. "Why are you just standing there? Don't you see that your martial Uncle Ding's sitting here? Get him some tea." Fengling quickly responded and fished out a tea set. Considering the fact that Ding Yao was injured, she even took out her treasured spirit tea to help him recuperate. After drinking the tea, Ding Yao couldn't stop praising her. When Yang Kai left his room a few days later, he instantly saw this awkward sight. In the corridor of the courtyard, Ding Yao and Zhongliang were seated across from each other with a table in the middle of them, sipping tea that Fengling was quietly preparing for them. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he thought that he was seeing things. Zhongliang beckoned to him. "Come here and have some tea. You're in luck because your senior sister Feng has fished out some of the peak-rank spirit tea that she has always treasured." The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After he was seated, Fengling poured him a cup of tea. While sipping the tea, he signaled at Fengling with his eyes to ask her what was going on. Upon seeing that Fengling ignored him, leaving him flustered, he couldn't really tell what the spirit tea tasted like, but it was indeed beneficial to cultivators. He felt refreshed after drinking a few cups of it. Ding Yao finally put down the teacup and struck his own chest. The next instant, he turned his head and spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Like a blood arrow, the clotted blood formed a hole in the ground. After that, Ding Yao became evidently energized and he nodded at Fengling. "Many thanks, Martial Niece." Fengling saluted him. "Don't mention it, Martial Uncle." Ding Yao then turned to Yang Kai and tossed a space ring at him. "For you." A doubtful Yang Kai took it and infused his divine sense into it. The next moment, his expression changed drastically as he muttered, "Why are there so many?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5043, I have a request. The space ring was filled with countless Black Ink Clan corpses. Although they were dead, the auras exuding from some of them suggested that there were even feudal lords among the piles. A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Has the Black Ink Clan launched another invasion?" Zhongliang shook his head. "No." "So, why are there so many corpses here? If they hadn't been attacked by the Black Ink Clan, why were there so many corpses in this space ring?" Zhongliang glared at Ding Yao, who said impassively, "This king personally went to the Black Ink Clan's domain and destroyed some of their territories." Despite his dispassionate tone, Yang Kai could imagine how much danger the older man must have gone through. Even though Ding Yao was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still extremely risky for him to barge into the Black Ink Clan hinterland on his own. The injuries on his figure were the best proof. "I almost killed a territory lord, But that guy ran away too quickly. Ding Yao sounded regretful. Given his strength, it wasn't hard for him to defeat a territory lord, but it wasn't easy for him to kill one. That was the reason Yang Kai and Bai Yi gained a lot of military merits after they joined forces to kill Zhu Feng. To the humans and the Black Ink clansmen, Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords were indispensable assets. Any loss of such figures would be unbearably painful. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. After hearing what Ding Yao had said, he figured out what a crazy thing this man must have done. Apparently, Ding Yao headed to the Black Ink clan's territory and made a scene after acquiring the World Spring. Perhaps he had always wanted to do that in the past. However, despite being an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have to consume a lot of energy and prolonged resistance against Black Ink's strength. Now that he had the World Spring, though, he didn't have to worry about Black Ink's strength harming him. That was why he could barge into the Black Ink clan's territory on his own and give them an unpleasant surprise. The World Spring wouldn't increase an Open Heaven Realm Master's strength, but it could offer incredible assistance to a powerful master like Ding Yao on the Black Ink battlefield. It could be said that the World Spring was more useful in Ding Yao's possession than in Yang Kai's. It was for this reason that the 4 universe pillars were usually given to Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. You can bring this ring to the Merit Hall. It should get you a lot of military merits, Ding Yao said impassively. Yang Kai turned to Zhong Liang. Is it all right to do so? After all, he wasn't the one who killed those enemies. These corpses were given to him by Ding Yao. If he really brought the ring to the Merit Hall, it would be akin to taking military merits that supposedly belonged to Ding Yao. That was why he felt uneasy about it. Zhong Liang chuckled upon hearing that. It's definitely all right to do so. Just take it. Your martial Uncle Ding doesn't like to owe anyone a favor. But there are too many corpses here. Yang Kai felt that the ring in his hand was quite heavy. He didn't count those corpses, but he reckoned that there were several tens of thousands of them in total. Even though most of them were low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen, there were also quite a number of feudal lords. He could get a staggering number of military merits by bringing this ring to the Merit Hall. Ding Yao coughed. If you feel like you have to give me something in return, I do have a request. Yang Kai nodded. Please ask, sir. Ding Yao went on to say, if it's all right for you, I'd like to get some humans from your small universe. After a cultivator ascended to the high-rank Open Heaven realm, his small universe would materialize, thus giving him the ability to raise living beings inside his body. Doing this would allow the living creatures to help increase the heritage in their small universe as time passed. It would help the cultivator shorten cultivation time and grow faster. Ding Yao already had this ability thousands of years ago. However, the situation on the Black Ink battlefield was perilous, and every time the Black Ink clan's army invaded, he had to personally fight against powerful enemies, which sometimes resulted in his small universe being shaken. If there were living creatures in his small universe when that happened, many would be killed. Nevertheless, things were different now. With the World Spring's presence, his small universe was firm and impenetrable. Even if he had to deal with formidable enemies, his small universe would be safe and sound. Ding Yao was still quite some distance away from the Ninth Order, so it was expected that he wanted to raise some living beings in his small universe to shorten the time until his next breakthrough. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, only Yang Kai had living creatures in his small universe, so he was the only one who could help Ding Yao. Yang Kai instantly realized Ding Yao's intentions when he heard that. Do you want to raise living creatures in your small universe, sir? Yes, Ding Yao nodded. Yang Kai went on to say, since you have the World Spring to protect your small universe now, you're indeed able to start raising living creatures safely. However, rather than humans, I can offer you a better option. A better option? Ding Yao arched his brow. Zhong Liang also gazed at him with surprise. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai waved his hand, and the portal to his small universe opened up. A moment later, a knee-high stony living creature appeared before him. Presently, the creature appeared puzzled as he had no idea why he'd appeared in this place. However, it was apparent that he was a simple-minded creature with low sentience. He soon ignored the people around him and started strolling around. What's this? Ding Yao examined him with a frown. Zhong Liang was also looking at the stone creature with curiosity. Neither of them had seen such a special creature before, so their interest had been piqued. I call them the small stone race. They were discovered in a new great territory. A new great territory? Ding Yao was astounded. Yang Kai nodded, then explained to him the small stone race's background. Ding Yao and the others were amazed as they had never expected that a new great territory had been found in the 3,000 worlds. Compared to humans, raising these small stone race members can give us more benefits. Assuming that there are equal numbers of humans and small stone race members, the latter can help increase the heritage of our small universe roughly 10 times quicker. 10 times quicker. Zhong Liang exclaimed as a myriad of expressions came over him. Are you serious? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Why is that? Zhong Liang was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea either. Although they've been living inside my small universe for many years now, I still don't know the reason behind it. I can only say that these special living creatures are beneficial to the small universes of cultivators like us. Therefore, if you want to raise living creatures in your small universe, I'd recommend these small stone race members. As for humans, I have the world trees clone in my small universe now, and with its nourishment, many geniuses will appear after 3 to 5 generations. Ding Yao's eyes brightened. It's best to have these small stone race members then. However, how many of them can you give me? Yang Kai replied with a smile. You can have as many as you want. In fact, it's not hard to raise these little guys. They multiply quickly, sharing similar characteristics to ants. As long as there's a queen ant and enough food, you don't have to worry about increasing their number. With that said, it takes quite a lot of materials to raise them. It might not have been possible in Blue Sky Pass in the past, but it shouldn't be an issue now. I suppose those first, second, and third order materials are basically useless. Small stone race members are not picky when it comes to what you feed them. Ding Yao exchanged glances with Zhong Liang, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded. I'll listen to you, then. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't have any objections. He then started taking some small stone race members out of his small universe. It took him several days to finally fish out a little more than half of the small stone race members from his small universe. It was then that Ding Yao was satisfied. With these small stone race members as a foundation, they would certainly multiply quickly in his small universe as long as there were sufficient materials. As time passed, it would save him a lot of cultivation time and help him ascend to the 9th order earlier. Ding Yao soon left. Even though he had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen and returned alive, he was injured after all. Moreover, with so many small stone race members in his small universe now, he had to spend some time studying them, so he didn't remain for long. On the other hand, Zhong Liang wasn't in a rush to leave. He gazed at Yang Kai and asked caringly, Are you sure you can resist Black Ink strength without the world spring? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai chuckled. Have you forgotten about it, sir? I still have a lot of Black Ink strength suppressed in my small universe. I would have fallen into danger instead of still looking safe and sound if I were unable to resist the Black Ink strength. Zhong Liang was startled as he soon recalled it. Finding it regretful, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. In fact, he hoped that the World Trees clone wouldn't have the same effects as the World Spring so that Yang Kai would have to stay in Blue Sky Pass instead of running around everywhere. However, he knew that his wishes wouldn't always be granted. It had come to a point where there was nothing he could do to change the situation. By the way, I should give this back to you. As Yang Kai spoke, he fished out a box and passed it to Zhong Liang. A doubtful Zhong Liang took the box, and upon opening it, he asked in shock, You didn't consume it? The thing inside the box was the profounding spirit fruit he had given to Yang Kai some time ago. Yang Kai nodded. The World Tree clone is able to repair damage to my small universe, so I don't need to consume this fruit. My small universe has almost fully healed now. This fruit is rare in the inner sanctum, so it should be given to another fellow brother or sister who needs it. Zhong Liang was astounded as he muttered, I didn't expect the clone to have this effect. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I just found out about it not long ago. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't joke around about such an issue. Zhong Liang couldn't help but think that the World Tree was truly amazing. Just a clone could bring so many benefits with it. What surprises would there be if someone could refine the mother tree itself? With that said, he knew that it couldn't possibly happen. After all, the mother tree was hiding in the grand ancient ruins boundary, where not just anyone could enter. This sealed world had always been elusive, and no one knew where or when it would appear. Entering was basically a matter of luck. Eventually, Zhongliang left with the profound Yin spirit fruit. Yang Kai passed the ring that was full of Black Ink clan corpses to Feng Ying and told her to bring it to the merit hall to exchange for military merits. He didn't intend to keep the military merits to himself. Instead, he decided to keep it in Dawn Squad's account. After all, it required some military merits every time Dawning Light was repaired, so he had to be prepared for future emergencies. After Feng Ying left, Yang Kai started cultivating in seclusion again, for his small universe hadn't fully healed yet. However, with the World Tree Clone's presence, repairing his small universe wasn't really an issue. Another half a year passed before Yang Kai finally felt his small universe was complete once more. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5044, Pill Test. After some calculations, Yang Kai realized that it took 1 year for his small universe to fully heal. During this period of time, he could feel that his foundation was slightly unsteady, which resulted in a decrease in his speed of refining materials. He hadn't fought anyone, but if he had done so, he would have realized that his strength had plunged as well. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once it was damaged, the cultivator would be affected in many ways. However, Yang Kai was surprised that the World Tree Clone was able to fully repair his small universe in just 1 year, which could be considered rapid. He had asked Feng Ying about the effects of consuming a profound Yin spirit fruit. It was said that after a cultivator consumed a profound Yin spirit fruit, while it would immediately patch the damage, it would take 1 to 2 years to fully repair a small universe. There were even those who spent 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years waiting for their small universes to fully heal. It seemed that the clone's healing ability was greater than that of a profound Yin spirit fruit. Not only had Yang Kai's small universe been repaired, but his dragon bead, which was damaged during the battle against Zhu Feng in the past, had been repaired as well. Yang Kai had overexerted himself to battle against Zhu Feng Territory Lord. In the end, he was forced to summon his dragon bead to deal with the formidable enemy. Even though such a move was powerful, it was also dangerous. The consequences would be dreadful if his dragon bead was destroyed. After the battle, his dragon bead was damaged and full of cracks. Fortunately, the dragon bead could be repaired by nourishing it with his dragon vein, and as long as he didn't need to use his dragon transformation secret art, the problem with the dragon bead wouldn't affect his usual strength. Over the years, he hadn't done anything special, but the dragon bead became perfect again with the dragon vein's constant nourishment. In fact, it had become better than in the past. He could clearly feel that the power of his dragon vein had improved. He initially thought that it was just an illusion, but after examining himself, he realized that the power of his dragon vein had indeed increased. The revelation puzzled him. It was expected that his dragon bead would be healed one day, but it came as a complete and pleasant surprise that the power of his dragon vein had been strengthened as well. After examining himself closely, Yang Kai reckoned that his quick recovery and improved strength were thanks to the gift the burning light and serene glimmer had given him in the past. Rumor had it that burning light and serene glimmer were the origins of all divine spirits. The Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits, so they were supposedly closely related to the burning light and serene glimmer. It was for this reason that, when Yang Kai sought help from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to deal with Black Ink strength, he was given the 2 marks that could be used to activate purifying light. Not everyone could activate the 2 marks and draw on the powers of yellow and blue crystals to cast this technique. If Yang Kai was not attuned to the 2 marks, he still wouldn't be able to cast purifying light even if he had abundant yellow and blue crystals. Before he left the chaotic, dead territory, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan left a mysterious force in his body. That force was harmless to Yang Kai and wouldn't improve his cultivation in any way. However, it could stimulate the power of the dragon vein in his body and purify his Dragon Clan bloodline. It was thanks to the help of these supreme beings that the power of his dragon vein had increased significantly. Initially, Yang Kai could only transform into a 10,000-meter dragon after using Dragon Transformation Secret Art, which allowed him to just barely be regarded as a grand dragon. After the incident, he could reach 20,000 meters upon using his Dragon Transformation Secret Art. His figure had expanded by 2 times. At that time, Yang Kai had a feeling that the mysterious force left behind by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in his body hadn't been depleted and was instead hiding somewhere in his body. Over the years, though, he had never detected the presence of the mysterious force again. It never crossed his mind that the damage in his dragon bead silently triggered it. His dragon vein had once again been improved without him noticing. Yang Kai had no idea how huge his grand dragon form would be after using his Dragon Transformation Secret Art now. Nevertheless, he believed that he would be longer than 20,000 meters. He decided to use his Dragon Transformation Secret Art and examine the changes he had gone through when he was free one day. After his small universe had healed, Yang Kai could once again refine a set of 7th-order materials every half a year, which allowed his heritage to grow rapidly. Given the speed of his progress, he reckoned that it would take him less than 1,000 years to ascend to the 8th-order open heaven realm. It was inconceivable that anyone could ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order in less than 1,000 years. There were a lot of 7th-order open heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass who had been stuck in the same order for thousands of years. First of all, they were limited by their own aptitude, and secondly, they hadn't accumulated enough heritage. Usually, regardless of how talented a cultivator was, it would take them 3,000 or 4,000 years to ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order, while 5,000 years was considered average. As for ascending to the 9th order from the 8th order, it would take a cultivator more than 10,000 years to do so. Open Heaven Realm Masters lived long enough to go through such a long process, though, so most didn't think too much of it. It was because of how difficult it was for an Open Heaven Realm Master to grow their strength that there were not a lot of 9th Order old ancestors in the cave heavens and paradises, even though they had lived for countless years. No one could guarantee that it would always be smooth sailing while they were growing their power either. Even if a person had the chance to make it to the 9th Order, they might lose their future or even their life if an accident happened. There were 3 reasons why it would only take Yang Kai 1,000 years to achieve this same feat. First of all, he had been refining 7th Order materials, so he could increase his strength more efficiently. Secondly, the World Trees clone in his small universe helped increase his refining speed by several times. Lastly, the living creatures residing in his small universe continuously helped strengthen his heritage. All these advantages added up and allowed him to grow his power in the shortest time possible. Achieving a breakthrough in just 1,000 years was only Yang Kai's estimation, of course. If he was held up by something during this period of time, it would take him longer to achieve his goal. Just like he had done previously, Yang Kai would go out and unwind after refining a set of materials every half a year. A few years went by in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai left his room one day, he saw Zhong Liang already waiting for him. It seemed that the latter had predicted the time he would stop cultivating. Yang Kai was disciplined when it came to cultivating, so it wasn't hard for anyone to know when he would leave his room. It had been peaceful in Blue Sky Pass in the past few years, so Yang Kai was surprised to see Zhong Liang waiting for him. He quickly went over and saluted him. "Do you need something, sir?" Zhong Liang nodded. "Come with me." Despite not knowing what was going on, Yang Kai still hurriedly followed him. Soon, he realized that Zhong Liang was heading to the pill hall. Someone was already waiting for them outside. It was none other than Tang Kun, whom Yang Kai had met before. At that instant, Yang Kai had a speculation about the reason Zhong Liang had brought him to the pill hall. With Tang Kun leading the way, they soon arrived at a grand hall. 3 people were already waiting inside the grand hall, and Yang Kai had met 2 of them before. They were Zhu Guming and Zhou Fang. He had no idea who the last person was, but the latter seemed energetic despite his old age. His aura suggested that he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Upon seeing Yang Kai, both Zhu Guming and Zhou Fang were excited as they came over. Yang Kai saluted them. Even though they were excited, they appeared somewhat tired. Both of them had become much thinner than when Yang Kai met them for the first time. It had to be noted that they were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so even though they knew nothing about fighting, they were still fairly powerful. It wasn't certain what caused them to go through such a transformation over the years. Zhongliang introduced the third old man to Yang Kai. He's the hall master of the pill hall, Fu Zhou. Yang Kai saluted him again. So it is Senior Fu. Fu Zhou ran his fingers through his beard with a smile. A talented young man indeed. The ever-impatient Zhu Guming said, "Cut to the chase. We're here for a pill test." Zhou Feng nodded repeatedly on the side. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized that his speculation was right. Pleasantly surprised, he asked, "Have you completed the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill?" It had been a few years since he passed the incomplete pill recipe to these two alchemy grandmasters, and he would ask about the progress from time to time. Things seemed to be going well in the beginning, but they started facing some difficulties in the later stage. Those from the pill hall were unable to complete the pill recipe easily. However, Zhu Guming's words suggested that not only had they completed the recipe, but they had also successfully refined some purifying black ink pills. Zhou Feng nodded and replied, "We've completed the pill recipe and made some purifying black ink pills. However, we have to give it a test to find out whether it's effective. We've asked you to come here to take part in the pill test." Yang Kai nodded as he finally understood why Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng appeared exhausted. They must have continuously exerted themselves to complete the pill recipe while experiencing countless failures. It was no wonder that they were worn out after years of such an endeavor. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't object to a pill test, for he also wanted purifying black ink pills to be mass-produced as soon as possible. So he asked, "What do you want me to do?" Zhongliang replied, "Since we have to find out the effectiveness of the purifying black ink pill, we have to let someone become corrupted by black ink strength. Obviously, we don't keep black ink strength in the inner sanctum, but I know you have quite a lot of it in your small universe. We need you to use that black ink strength. It will be fine if the experiment is successful. However, if the pill is not effective, we'll need you to activate purifying light to help." Understood. Yang Kai nodded, then asked, "Who will receive the black ink strength, then?" Zhu Guming immediately took a step forward. "Me?" Zhou Feng directly pushed him aside. "Back down, old fart. I'll handle it." A furious Zhu Guming snapped, "How dare an old fart like you call me old? Take a piss and look at your own reflection first." Zhou Feng scoffed, "I'm younger than you by 300 years, so you should give a young person like me a chance." The corner of Zhu Guming's mouth twitched. "How do you have the nerve to call yourself a young person?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded, thinking that they even had to compete against one another over such a trivial matter. It seemed that these grandmasters were truly on bad terms. Fu Zhou said with a smile, "I'm sorry for the farce, little friend. This matter has something to do with the effectiveness of purifying black ink pills, so it'll be helpful to personally go through the experience. However, Junior Brother Zhou has a point. This matter is important, and we should give young people a chance." Then, he turned his head to the side. "You do it, Tang Kun." Tang Kun had been silently watching the show. Since the two grandmasters were arguing, he didn't have the nerve to say anything. In fact, he had remained silent after he led Yang Kai and Zhongliang to this place. He hadn't expected that Fu Zhou would call out to him at this point. After being startled for a moment, he cupped his fist respectfully. "Yes." Martial Peak, Chapter 5045. I find it exhilarating. Since Fu Zhou had given the order, Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng wouldn't dare to have any objection. Yang Kai then fished out a bit of black ink strength from his small universe and gazed at Tang Kun. "Tell me when you're ready." Tang Kun took a deep breath, as though he was ready to sacrifice his life. "You can start now, senior brother." Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the black ink strength on him. Tang Kun instantly opened up his small universe and accepted it. The next instant, he shuddered and appeared to be struggling. Through the small universe's portal, they could clearly see that as the black ink strength seeped through the small universe that hadn't materialized, the darkness spread around quickly. Just moments later, black ink strength started billowing from Tang Kun's skin, and even his eyes had been dyed black. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had some resistance against black ink strength, so he wouldn't be corrupted as soon as he came into contact with it. However, this was just a pill test, so he didn't intend to resist. Instead, he tried to lead the black ink strength to invade his entire body, which was why he was rapidly corrupted. With little sanity left, he growled with difficulty, "Sirs, I'm about to lose control." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became completely black. The next moment, he roared with a ferocious expression and attempted to land a fist on Zhu Guming, who was nearest to him. Tang Kun was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his attack was undoubtedly intimidating. However, he didn't manage to hurt Zhu Guming one bit, for Zhong Liang abruptly appeared beside him and placed a palm on his shoulder, instantly rendering him completely immovable. Despite that, Tang Kun kept a hideous expression on his face as he continued to struggle. This situation was within their expectations. Open heaven realm masters who were corrupted by black ink strength were destined to go against the human race. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that they would go all out in this pill test. Even if the purifying black ink pill was not effective, he still had purifying light to save Tang Kun. Nevertheless, this certainly wouldn't be an enjoyable experience for the latter. It was no wonder that Fu Zhou refused to allow Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng to give it a try. After all, both of them were in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. If they were really corrupted by black ink strength, Zhong Liang would probably have to wound them seriously before he could subdue them. Tang Kun was just a 6th Order master, so they could take control of the situation by letting him become contaminated by black ink strength. Seeing that Tang Kun was subdued, Fu Zhou quickly took a step forward with a nail-sized spirit pill between his fingers and pried the younger man's mouth open. After stuffing the pill into his mouth, he gently landed his own palm on the younger man's chest. Tang Kun was forced to gulp down the pill. Fu Zhou activated his power to help him refine the medicinal efficacies. All of them stared fixedly at Tang Kun as they wanted to find out whether the purifying black ink pill was effective. A moment later, Zhu Guming suddenly exclaimed, "It's useful." Zhou Feng was evidently relieved as well. The purifying black ink pill was indeed useful. As the medicinal efficacies were refined, they could see that the black ink strength inside Tang Kun's small universe became thinner. Tang Kun also became less hostile towards them. They observed him with hopeful gazes. However, the black ink strength then stopped decreasing. When the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill were all gone, Tang Kun started growling and struggling again. Zhu Guming almost went mad as he pulled at his gray hair, muttering under his breath, "How can this be? How is it possible that it doesn't work?" Zhou Feng also appeared dejected as he was beside himself. The two of them had spent several years exerting themselves to complete the purifying black ink pill recipe. During that period of time, they had experienced countless failures and consumed innumerable herbs. They initially thought that the pill would work, but the outcome turned out to be disappointing. This had dealt a heavy blow to them. Zhong Liang frowned and sent a signal to Yang Kai with his eyes. Upon getting his hint, Yang Kai activated purifying light and engulfed Tang Kun with it. Under the pure light, the black ink strength in Tang Kun's body rapidly dissipated as he regained his sanity. However, it was apparent that he was exhausted after the incident as his forehead was beaded with sweat. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng came to their senses as they quickly asked Tang Kun about his experience just now. Although Tang Kun had been corrupted by black ink strength, he still remembered everything that happened, so he told them what he had gone through just now. Upon hearing this, the two alchemy grandmasters fell into their thoughts. A moment later, Zhu Guming said, "Give it one more try. This time, don't let him get completely corrupted by black ink strength. There's no problem with the pill recipe of purifying black ink pill, but the effects might not be the same as what we had imagined." Zhou Feng nodded. "That's right." Fu Zhou gazed at Tang Kun. "Can you persevere?" Tang Kun nodded. "I can make one more attempt." Fu Zhou then turned to Yang Kai. "Sorry for troubling you again, little friend Yang." "Don't mention it, Hall Master." As Yang Kai spoke, he stared at Tang Kun and took out a bit of black ink strength again. Just as he did earlier, Tang Kun opened up his small universe and accepted it. This time, though, Zhu Guming quickly passed him a purifying black ink pill. Tang Kun consumed it and refined the medicinal efficacies on his own. They could see that as the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill spread, the black ink strength in Yang Kun's small universe started melting away like the snow under the scorching sun. All of them were thrilled upon seeing that. After Tang Kun got to his feet, they thoroughly examined his small universe and confirmed that there was no black ink strength left. Zhu Guming chuckled. I told you that there's no way it wouldn't work. This must be how the pill should be used. Zhou Feng nodded. You have a point. However, we can only come to a conclusion after carrying out more experiments. Zhu Guming replied, That's right. They spoke in an oblique manner, and although Yang Kai had some speculations, he couldn't be certain about them. Regardless, he reckoned that Tang Kun would have to suffer in the coming days. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed in the pill hall to help with the pill tests. For this purpose, Zhong Liang arranged more than 10 Open Heaven Realm masters of different orders to come over and take part in the experiments. It would be miserable for Tang Kun if he was the only one who had to experience all the hardship. The experiments over the next few days showed that the purifying black ink pills were useful, but their effects were limited. After a person was invaded by black ink strength, it would be best for them to consume a purifying black ink pill as soon as possible. That way, they would stand a greater chance of retaining their sanity. Once they were completely corrupted by black ink strength, it would be too late for them to consume a purifying black ink pill. The reason it turned out to be a failure on the first try was that Tang Kun had been totally corrupted by the black ink strength, so the purifying black ink pill was unable to help him restore his rationality. Despite that, it could be considered that they had successfully made purifying black ink pills. That was wonderful news for the human race. Before Yang Kai's arrival in the black ink battlefield, the humans from the Great Passes had no way to deal with black ink strength. Once a person was corrupted, he or she would either be turned into a black ink disciple or have to give up a part of their small universe. This resulted in the humans from different Great Passes seeing their powers plunging or even regressing to a lower order. There were a lot of people who dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order as a result, and it wasn't rare to see people who fell to the 6th order from the 7th order either. Then came the day when Yang Kai purifying light brought with him, which could even save the people who had been black ink disciples for a long time. The humans from the Great Passes were heartened as each Great Pass created their own purifying black ink battleships. The ships were then brought to Blue Sky Pass by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so that Yang Kai could infuse purifying light into them. However, only Yang Kai was able to use purifying light. It required specific materials to cast the secret technique, which they would use up sooner or later. How were the humans going to resist black ink strength when that time came? The rebirth of purifying black ink pills came at the perfect time. Even though it was not as powerful as purifying light, they could be universally used and were easily produced. Those from Blue Sky Pass could just spread the pill recipe around, and the alchemists from different Great Passes could begin refining the pills. With purifying black ink pills as the most commonly used treatment, purifying light could serve as a backup move. When the humans were corrupted by black ink strength in the future, they wouldn't be powerless to resist. Since time immemorial, black ink strength had always been the Black Ink Clan's biggest advantage. Once this advantage was gone, the Black Ink Clan would be like a tiger without teeth, no longer so intimidating. The alchemy grandmasters in the pill hall were ecstatic. While they planned to mass-produce the purifying black ink pills, they also vowed to improve the pill recipe so that even the black ink disciples could be saved. Only then would the purifying black ink pills be considered truly complete. This was an ambitious plan that couldn't be achieved in a short time. However, the pill recipe was soon spread around, and the alchemy grandmasters from all the different Great Passes would definitely study it. Perhaps purifying black ink pills that would be effective on black ink disciples would be successfully developed one day. The pill test this time could be considered a success. Zhong Liang took the pill recipe as he was ready to send it to the Great Passes through the hyperspace array. Certainly, those from the pill hall had no objection. On the other hand, A lot of alchemists in the pill hall had gathered together as they were ready to mass-produce purifying black ink pills. Fortunately, after young Kai passed the tattered pill recipe to the pill hall back then, he told Tangkun to start growing more obsidian grass and green feather rattan. Now, they were not lacking ingredients for refining the pills. Nevertheless, the demand for those herbs would only grow in the coming years. As Yang Kai and Zhong Liang left the pill hall, they remained silent. All of a sudden, Zhong Liang let out a laugh. A puzzled Yang Kai asked humbly, "What's so amusing, sir?" With his hands behind his back, Zhong Liang replied, "I just find it exhilarating that we'll be able to go all out to deal with the Black Ink clan with purifying black ink pills in possession one day." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. That is indeed an exciting prospect. Zhong Liang let out a sigh. Humans have been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years. We are restricted in many ways because it is difficult to deal with Black Ink strength. Even though you've brought purifying light to us, and it's more effective than purifying black ink pills, these pills are more useful than purifying light on the battlefield. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. It was just like what happened in the resource harvesting area where Forward Base 4 was located. In the final battle, the purifying black ink battleship, which contained purifying light, was stationed back at the forward base, a 2-day journey away. The cultivators who had been invaded by black ink strength had to look for a chance to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying black ink battleship in the forward base in order to be treated, taking them off the battlefield for quite some time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5046, Ulterior Motive. Activating the universe transference law required a few breaths of time, during which the person using it could not be disturbed. Otherwise, it would definitely fail. Even if the person successfully activated the universe transference law and returned to the purifying black ink battleship in the forward base, it would take them 2 days to return to the battlefield. The battle would have ended by then, in which case it was no different from weakening the human army. However, things would be different if every human soldier who fought against the Black Ink clan had several purifying black ink pills with them. Even if they were invaded by black ink strength, they wouldn't turn into black ink disciples as long as they could quickly consume a purifying black ink pill, allowing them to stay on the battlefield and continue fighting. Therefore, purifying black ink pills would be more useful and convenient than purifying light on the battlefield. Since your arrival in the Inner Sanctum, Blue Sky Pass has become the center of attention of all humans. We've been in the limelight. Zhong Liang let out a laugh again. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" Zhong Liang replied, "You see, you were the one who brought purifying light to us. When the news spread, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from different Great Passes personally brought their purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. That was the first event. Then, you came up with the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, and we were the ones who informed the humans from different Great Passes about their refinement method. That was the second event. Now, we've successfully developed purifying black ink pills. The pill recipe will be sent to the other Great Passes, and once they get it, they will all be over the moon and grateful to Blue Sky Pass. That's the reason we're the center of attention, and you're the one who has brought us such glory. It is this junior's duty, nothing more." Zhong Liang shook his head. In the past, I'd never expected that one person could single-handedly change the status quo on this vast battlefield. As I grew older and started losing hope, there came a day when you arrived and changed everything. Perhaps I'm just lucky. Yang Kai put on a smile. Zhong Liang flashed a smile at him as well. It's not just about luck. Perhaps we'll finally see some changes on this seemingly never-changing battlefield. Never mind, let's not talk about it. Is everything going well with your cultivation? He suddenly changed the topic. Yang Kai replied, "Everything's fine." Zhong Liang nodded. "I can see that your aura has become denser compared to several years ago. It's apparent that your power has increased significantly. However, the cultivation of an open heaven realm master is a process of accumulation. Hence, you must not be too proud or impatient. Don't try to run before you can walk. You just ascended to the 7th Order several years ago, so there's no rush for you to try to make it to the 8th Order. Given your aptitude and heritage, it will naturally happen when the time comes. If it's not the right time yet, it's pointless for you to work excessively hard. Yang Kai replied respectfully, I understand. Zhongliang went on to say, since you understand, there's no rush for you to continue cultivating. There's something I need you to do. What is it? Yang Kai gazed at him. Zhongliang replied, several years ago, you opened up 11 portals to sealed worlds in the resource harvesting area around Forward Base 4. Did Chahu tell you that the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield tend to be clustered? Yang Kai nodded. He did mention it. Good. Zhongliang ran his fingers through his beard. The thing is, we've found quite a number of sealed worlds in different places in the Blue Sky Theater in the past. Most of the time, we could only find 1 to 2 sealed worlds in any given place, but we suspect that there are still a lot of hidden sealed worlds around the places where sealed worlds were previously found. It's just that we didn't have the means to look for the hidden portals. Hence, we're unable to extract the resources in those sealed worlds. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai said, do you want me to go to the places where sealed worlds were previously found to look for hidden portals? Zhongliang nodded. You're a master of the Tao of space, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to find more hidden portals. There are a lot of valuable items in those sealed worlds. After all, just getting more profound in spirit fruit trees would be extremely useful to the inner sanctum. Upon listening to his intention, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I'll get prepared and set off. Zhongliang waved his hand. There's no need to get prepared. Just set off now. I've informed Dawn Squad about it, and they're waiting for you outside the inner sanctum. You just have to join them. I've asked someone to tell Fenging about the places where sealed worlds were previously found. She'll lead you there. Yang Kai was stunned as he had never expected Zhongliang to be so well prepared. He had even informed Dawn about it, so it was apparent that he didn't intend to let Yang Kai continue cultivating. However, since it was his order, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't disobey. He then cupped his fist and said, I'll get going now, then. Zhongliang nodded. There's no rush in dealing with this matter. You can come back when you're done with it. On the other hand, when you're handling this matter, no one from the inner sanctum will contact you. Unless you fall into danger, you won't have to inform us about whatever you do. Be safe when you're outside. A puzzled Yang Kai responded and left. He had a feeling that Zhongliang was acting strangely, but he couldn't really tell what was off. After he was gone, a figure abruptly appeared beside Zhongliang. The person was none other than the Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao. Has he left? Ding Yao asked. Zhongliang nodded, yes. Then, he asked, where's that old fart surnamed Tang? Ding Yao shrugged. Shintu is dealing with him now. Zhongliang frowned. What's that old fart up to, coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass? Ding Yao shook his head. Tang Qiu never said anything. However, he's an 8th Order Master, so he must have used a lot of resources to be sent to this place from Inyang Pass. He certainly wouldn't come here for no reason. Zhongliang scowled. Could it be what we think? He's here to lure young boy to his side, seeing that he created so many wonderful things? Ding Yao instantly sported a ferocious expression. How dare he? Regardless of whether he has the guts to do so, I reckon that it's indeed his intention. He already expressed such intentions when he visited previously. It's just that young boy didn't leave with him. Since he has come all the way here again this time, it's clear to us what he's up to. In any case, Yang Boy is considered a member of Inyang Cave Heaven, while Tang Qiu is an 8th Order ancestor from Inyang Cave Heaven, as well as an army commander of Inyang Pass, so it's expected that he wants to bring Yang Boy back with him. Once a member of Blue Sky Pass, always a member of Blue Sky Pass. Ding Yao snorted. If that old fart surnamed Tang really has his eyes on Yang Boy, I'll definitely beat him up. Zhongliang shot him a glance. I'll be looking forward to it then. Don't back down when the time comes. Ding Yao scoffed in response. Zhongliang chuckled. Let's go probe that old fart first. It's been a few days since he arrived, so we can't possibly keep ignoring him. Meanwhile, Shintu Imo was accompanying a middle-aged man who was clad in simple clothes. They were having a chat while walking around. Nevertheless, Shintu Imo remained impassive and didn't speak much, while the middle-aged man was apparently the more talkative one. This middle-aged man named Tang Qiu was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yinyang Cave Heaven whom Yang Kai had met before. He was also an army commander. When Tang Qiu brought the purifying black ink battleships refined by Yinyang Pass to Blue Sky Pass back then, he met up with Yang Kai. He had also brought Su Linggong with him. A moment later, Tang Qiu suddenly stopped in his tracks and put on a bitter smile. Brother Shin Tu, it seems that I'm not welcome in Blue Sky Pass. I'm truly saddened. There was a dispassionate expression on Shen Tumo's face as he replied, We've always been sincere and welcoming to our friends. However, if it's an enemy, he'll be greeted by the secret techniques of our several 10,000 soldiers. The corners of Tang Qiu's face twitched. Why is this Tang an enemy of Blue Sky Pass? Shin Tumo turned around, showing only his profile. Brother Tang, it's up to you whether you want to be our friend or foe. A speechless Tang Qiu broke into laughter. I don't understand, Brother Shin Tuesday. Please make it clear to me. Shin Tumo shook his head in silence. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. Forget it. Since you don't welcome me here, I'll leave now. Farewell. Shin Tumo extended his hand, as though he was eager to see him leave. Tang Qiu's chest heaved with fury. He suppressed his anger and said resentfully, I'll definitely leave, but there's one person I have to see before that. Shin Tumo looked cautiously at him. Who do you want to see? Tang Qiu replied, Yang Kai. You finally revealed your ulterior motive, old fart. I knew you were up to no good coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. You're really here to snatch Yang Kai. Someone was heard growling. The next moment, two figures descended from the sky. They were none other than Zhong Liang and Ding Yao, who happened to arrive and hear what Tang Qiu had just said. The moment they landed on the ground, Zhong Liang turned to Ding Yao. Haven't you heard what he said, Brother Ding? What are you waiting for? Ding Yao balled up his fist and palmed it loudly. An alerted Tang Qiu yelled, What are you trying to do? It wasn't until this moment that he realized that 3 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass had surrounded him, causing him to sweat. Ding Yao grinned in an eerie manner. Well, it's our duty to beat up anyone who's ill-intentioned here. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded. Why do you think this Tang is ill-intentioned? Zhong Liang snorted. You failed in your attempt to get Yang Kai to go to your side previously, so we never expected that you would still have the nerve to come try again. It seems that we've been too magnanimous. You probably won't learn your lesson unless we beat you up. Tang Qiu quickly raised his hands. Wait a moment. That's not this Tang's intention. The reason I want to see Yang Kai is that one of the purifying black ink battleships from Yinyang Pass has run out of purifying light, so I'd like him to help replenish it. Do you think I'll believe you? Zhong Liang sneered and waved his hand. Kill. 3 figures instantly shot towards him like they were arrows. You! Tang Qiu was flabbergasted as he hadn't expected that they would really dare to make a move. He was already surrounded by them, to begin with, and he had missed the best chance to escape. How was he supposed to counterattack at this moment? He clumsily dodged their attacks, but to no avail. Fortunately, these 4 8th Order Army commanders didn't forget the fact that they were in the inner sanctum, so they made sure that their powers didn't leak beyond a radius of 10 meters. Despite that, it was still a world-shaking battle. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5047, Black Ink Clan's Warship. A moment later, Tang Qiu, whose face was all bruised, found himself literally backed into a corner. Faced with 3 towering figures, he had no way to flee. All of them were 8th Order Army commanders, so they would be equally matched if they were in a one-on-one fight. However, how was he supposed to be a match for the 3 of them on his own? If he hadn't given up resisting early on, he would have been badly injured by now. Tell us what you're up to by coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang looked down at him in a condescending manner. Tang Qiu's face twitched. Brother Zhong, I'm really here to ask Yang Kai to replenish the purifying light. Stop lying. Zhong Liang directly cut him off. If you really wanted to replenish the purifying light, you could have asked a 7th Order Junior to come over. You didn't have to personally come here. Are there too many resources in Yinyang Pass for you to squander? It's far more costly for an 8th Order Master to use the space array than a 7th Order one. At this point, his voice turned grim. Something major must have happened in Enyang Pass that prompted you to personally come over. Ding Yao asked, what does that have to do with Yang Kai? Why do you insist on seeing him? There was a helpless smile on Tang Qiu's face. You never believed what I said? Brother Tang. Zhong Liang's expression turned solemn. If you do not want to tell us the truth, you can return now. A myriad of expressions came over Tang Qiu, but eventually, he let out a sigh. Fine. Things have come to a point where I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Do you have a quiet place we can talk? Zhong Liang and Ding Yao exchanged glances, thinking that the matter Tang Qiu was about to bring up must be serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so cautious. Come with me, Zhong Liang said and led the way. Soon, the four of them arrived at a certain hall. After the door was closed, the restrictions were activated to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Zhong Liang gazed at Tang Qiu. Brother Tang, you can be completely honest with us. Even though we're from different great passes, we're all humans. If there's anything we can help you with, we won't turn you down. Tang Qiu let out a long breath. He then fished out a jade slip and flicked his fingers. Before we get to the main topic, I want you to have a look at this first. He exerted just the right amount of force with his fingers as the jade slip exploded in midair and turned into dots of light. Instead of dissipating, though, the dots of light kept changing forms and transformed into a scene. There was no doubt that this was a profound method. He used a divine ability to seal the scene that had happened before inside a jade slip, and he could show it to others whenever he wanted. It wasn't certain where on the black ink battlefield the place was, but they could see that it was somewhere in the void. In the scene, arrays were seen flickering on a warship that belonged to humans. As the arrays operated, attacks were continuously sent out. Up ahead, there was another warship that was fleeing as it counterattacked from time to time. Nevertheless, this warship was different from the ones owned by humans that Zhongliang and the others were familiar with. It was huge and rough. Even though it couldn't frequently launch an attack, every strike that came from the vessel was intimidating. Around the warships were some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were locked in an intense battle with feudal lords. Zhongliang and the others stared fixedly at the larger warship. Even though the image they saw was not very clear, there were apparently some burly black ink clansmen who were moving around on the warship. Their expressions became increasingly solemn as they watched the scene. After the intense battle lasted for a while, the larger ship suddenly started rumbling. The next moment, the arrays on the warship exploded as they were not stable to begin with. They were all damaged in an instant, and without the arrays, the larger warship was like a tiger without teeth, no longer able to attack or defend. The warship belonging to the humans seized the chance to continuously attack the vessel until it exploded, killing countless black ink clansmen who were aboard the vessel. After defeating the vessel, the warship belonging to the humans turned around and assisted the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The feudal lords had no choice but to flee. The scene ended here as the points of light disappeared. The hall turned dead silent as the atmosphere grew solemn. A long time later, Zhongliang asked, was it made by the Black Ink Clan? Yes. Tang Qiu nodded. When did it happen? 3 months ago. A squad from Enyang Pass was patrolling the area and came across it. The squad leader realized that it was a serious issue, so he used a secret technique to capture the scene. That was what you saw just now. Zhongliang frowned. Had no one discovered it before that? Tang Qiu shook his head. No. Based on our observations, the warship made by the Black Ink Clan was not very reliable. That was the reason such an accident happened during the battle, allowing us to destroy it. Even though it's not reliable, they're already capable of making such a thing. Zhongliang let out a long breath. There will come a day when the Black Ink Clan might be able to field a warship that is reliable enough to use in combat. If that happens, our greatest advantage will be gone for good. The humans and the Black Ink Clan had been fighting each other on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and they each had their own advantages. The biggest advantage that the Black Ink Clan had was the Black Ink strength. Before Yang Kai brought purifying light to them, the humans had suffered great losses because of Black Ink strength. On the other hand, The biggest advantage that the humans had was their warships. With the help of these warships, the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could display power on par with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. What's more, as long as the warship was not damaged, its crew wouldn't be at risk. Therefore, regardless of which great pass war broke out around, the humans would always suffer fewer losses than the Black Ink clan. Most of the time, in smaller skirmishes, there wouldn't be any casualties on the humans' side. That was because they had warships, which could be used for defending and attacking. The Black Ink clan had always coveted human warships, and they had been trying to develop such vessels for a long time. However, due to a lack of talented people, they hadn't been able to achieve it. After all, not just any artifact refiner could refine a warship. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, fewer than 10 people were able to build a warship, and they were always well protected, never being allowed to step onto the battlefield lest they be corrupted by Black Ink strength. It was because of this reason that the method of refining warships had always been kept in the hands of the humans. There was nothing that the Black Ink clan could do about it. Yang Kai had brought purifying light and purifying black ink pills to the human race. With these two items in possession, the humans would have a bright future as the advantage that the Black Ink clan had relied on for years would be weakened. However, the news that Tang Qiu had brought with him made Zhong Liang and the others feel their hearts sinking. If the Black Ink clan could really make their own warships one day, the advantage that the humans had would be completely undermined. More importantly, the Black Ink clan had a massive population. Every time they launched an attack on the Great Passes, the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen would serve as mere cannon fodder in order to exhaust the strength of the human cultivators. The Black Ink strength left behind after their deaths would turn into Black Ink clouds and further restrict the humans. However, if they had their own warships, the innumerable low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen wouldn't just be cannon fodder anymore. Just like the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could hide inside warships and rely on them to exert power far greater than their own. If the Black Ink clan had enough warships and invaded the Great Passes one day, the humans wouldn't be able to fend off the enemy anymore. This notion sent a chill down the spine of anyone who thought about it. Do you know who helped them refine it? Zhong Liang asked in a grim voice. Tang Qiu replied, "We've narrowed it down to about 10 people who could be responsible for creating this vessel, but we're not sure who it is." It was a well-known fact that the Black Ink clan lacked any aptitude for artifact refining. The artifacts they owned were basically all made by Black Ink disciples. The warship belonging to the Black Ink clan that they saw must have been made by a Black Ink disciple as well. Since this Black Ink disciple was somewhat able to refine a warship, it suggested that they were pretty skilled in the Tao of artifact refining. Usually, such a talent wouldn't be allowed to step onto the battlefield, but there were always exceptions. Some people might be gifted in the Tao of artifact refining, but have never focused on it. Since they wanted to focus on the martial Tao, they would have to fight against the enemy. After they were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, they were ordered by the Black Ink clan to study artifact refining, and as time passed, their skills would improve, allowing them to refine a warship. It was with this criteria that those from Enyang Pass had narrowed down the list of possible people to a group of 10 who had been confirmed to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. If there was anyone who could help the Black Ink clan make such a thing, the person must be among these 10. What is Enyang Pass' stance on this? Ding Yao asked. Tang Qiu replied, "This matter has far-reaching implications that might change the status quo of the entire battlefield. If the enemy successfully develops warships, we won't be able to fend them off in the future. Therefore, the old ancestor intends to find the artifact refiner responsible for this thing and bring them back before the Black Ink clan can achieve their goal. If not, we'll have to kill him to stop the situation from worsening. This matter has to be settled without delay." Ding Yao nodded gently. That was indeed the only way to solve the problem. On the other hand, Zhong Liang's expression changed. "Brother Tang, have you come all the way here to Blue Sky Pass to ask Yang Kai?" Tang Qiu said, Yang Kai had lived among the Black Ink clan for 2 years. Moreover, he has a world spring, so he need not fear Black Ink strength, not to mention he has purifying light. He's the best candidate for the job. We don't need him to kill the enemy, He just has to find the artifact refiner's identity and whereabouts. Enyang Pass's old ancestor will personally make a move once he accomplishes his task. Zhongliang immediately shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. If the enemy were to find out about his identity, he would be doomed. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. I know that it's a dangerous task. However, he's the only one who stands a chance to achieve it. You all know that he's a master of the Tao of space, so he's skilled at escaping. Moreover, he's a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if his identity is exposed, he'll still have a chance to flee. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5048. The best person for the job? What if an accident happens? Zhongliang shook his head. We all know how valuable Yang Boy is to the human race. If anything happens to him, it will be an immeasurable loss for all of us. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. Certainly, I know how valuable he is. After all, he is also from Enyang Cave Heaven. If possible, I wouldn't want him to take the risk. However, the Black Ink Clan already have a half-functioning prototype warship. Perhaps they will be able to perfect the vessels within 100 years. By then, how are we going to push them back? There's no doubt that Yang Kai is important, but the fact that the Black Ink Clan are developing warships will affect the entire human race. Don't you see the severity of the matter? Zhongliang said. Despite that, Yang Kai has great value even beyond the purifying light. He's not just an ordinary 7th Order junior. Tang Qiu replied, Of course I know that. However, if the Black Ink Clan successfully makes a warship, Enyang Pass will not be the only one that will be affected. Perhaps in just a few years, the Black Ink Clan and Blue Sky Pass will also be equipped with warships. If they launch an attack on Blue Sky Pass then, how are you all going to repel them? By sacrificing the lives of several tens of thousands of soldiers? Zhongliang fell silent. When that time came, they could only fight the enemy to the death. There was no other way. Ding Yao refuted in a grim voice. Those from Enyang Pass have discovered a warship from the Black Ink Clan, and the only solution you all can think of is to seek help from a brat? Old farts like you have lost your guts. A flushing Tang Qiu said resolutely, Of course not. In fact, before I came to Blue Sky Pass, Brother Wu from Red Cloud's Heaven already headed to the Black Ink Clan's territory to gather more information. Ding Yao's expression changed when he heard that. Wu Qing from Red Cloud's Cave Heaven? Yes. Tang Qiu nodded. Wu Qing was the Southern Army commander of Enyang Pass. Even though he was from the Southern Army, he was the strongest 8th Order master there. Moreover, he possessed a profound fish, one of the 4 universe pillars, so he was not worried about being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Since he had personally made a move, it showed that those from Enyang Pass truly viewed this matter as important. It was because he had one of the 4 universe pillars that he had the right to sneak into the Black Ink Clan's hinterland. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to come back despite being an 8th Order master. Take Ding Yao as an example. Before acquiring the World Spring, he had never barged into the Black Ink Clan's domain on his own before. Nevertheless, with the World Spring in possession, he directly raised a ruckus in the Black Ink Clan's backyard. Even though he was injured, he managed to kill a lot of Black Ink Clansmen. Tang Qiu said in a bitter voice, Even though Brother Wu has personally made a move, it's not likely that he'll succeed. Many Black Ink Clansmen have seen his face before. Simply killing enemies isn't a problem, but he won't be able to gather any information. This was understandable, as Wu Qing's image had probably been spread across different territories of the Black Ink Clan. Once he showed up, the Black Ink Clan would instantly besiege him. How was he going to gather any information in such a situation? Zhongliang and the others nodded in agreement. Tang Qiu went on to say, We've thought about letting Brother Wu give up his profound fish so that one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could refine it. Just like Yang Kai had done in the past, we would have that person pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into the Black Ink Clan's territory. However, there's no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world that's comparable to Yang Kai. If we really do that, not only would that 7th Order Master be in an extremely perilous situation, but we might also lose a profound fish once this plan is exposed. Therefore, in order to gather information, we need someone who is able to perfectly hide his identity and pretend to be a Black Ink disciple. He also has to have some ability to preserve his own life. After a long discussion, we believe that Yang Kai is the best person for the job. Brothers, please think about the greater good and help me with this. Zhong Liang and the others remained silent. They knew that Tang Qiu was right. No one was better suited for this task in the entire black ink battlefield than Yang Kai. He had a similar experience before, so it wasn't difficult for him to pretend to be a black ink disciple. Furthermore, he was a master of the Tao of space. Even if his identity was exposed, he would be able to run away. Additionally, he was extremely strong, so the average black ink clansman wouldn't be able to harm him. Regardless, there was a huge risk that was associated with this matter. No one was able to guarantee that Yang Kai would be able to return if he took on this task. If anything happened to him because of that, they would all be ill at ease. While they were silent, Zhong Liang suddenly frowned. Wait a moment. The last time you visited this place, Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How did you find out that he has ascended to the 7th Order? If Yang Kai were still a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, those from Yinyang Pass wouldn't have the confidence to let him take on this task. Tang Qiu turned to look at Shen Tuimo, who said in a muffled voice, "This old fart kept sounding me out. I didn't expect him to have his eyes on Yang Kai." Tang Qiu smiled. I didn't have any high hopes before I came to this place. However, Yang Kai is indeed exceptionally talented. Not only had he ascended to the 7th Order in such a short time, but he had also joined forces with a disciple from Divine Feather Paradise to kill an injured territory lord. He's indeed extraordinarily powerful. Zhong Liang shot Shen Tuimo a glare. It was apparent to him that it was Shen Tuimo who told Tang Qiu all this. He's a powerful 7th Order master who possesses a world spring, and he's an expert in the Tao of space. I cannot think of a better person to carry out the task. There was a solemn expression on Tang Qiu's face. This matter does not only affect Blue Sky Pass, but rather the entire black ink battlefield. It has to be dealt with as soon as possible. Please make a decision quickly. Both Zhong Liang and Shen Tuimo remained silent. An anxious Tang Qiu said, "Regardless, let me see Yang Kai first. I'll tell him what has happened. It will be best if he's willing to volunteer. If he doesn't want to do it, I'll not force him. What do you think?" Zhong Liang shook his head. He's not in Blue Sky Pass. Tang Qiu was shocked. Where is he if he's not in Blue Sky Pass? Zhong Liang shrugged. Well, I don't know where his exact location is. Tang Qiu had the urge to roll his eyes. Zhong Liang was an army commander, so how was it possible that he had no idea where his subordinate was? It was obvious that he wasn't willing to tell him about it. Ding Yao suddenly said, he doesn't have the world spring anymore. Upon hearing that, Tang Qiu was astounded. What do you mean? Ding Yao replied, didn't Brother Shin Tu tell you that he has given up his world spring? I've taken it. Tang Qiu widened his mouth in disbelief. When did that happen? He didn't think Ding Yao would lie to him, for there was no reason for him to do so. A few years ago. Tang Qiu became startled for a moment, then put on a bitter smile. Life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? In that case, there's no need to let him take the risk. Forget it. I'll take my leave. We'll meet again if there's a chance. I'll go with you, Ding Yao suddenly said. Tang Qiu gazed at him with a frown. What do you mean, Brother Ding? Most black ink clansmen have seen Wu Qing's face before, so it's impossible for him to gather any information. On the other hand, the black ink clan in the Yinyang Theater won't recognize me. Even though I won't necessarily be able to gather any useful information, I'll stand a better chance than Wu Qing. Tang Qiu said hesitantly, however, you're the Eastern Army commander of Blue Sky Pass. You can't be absent from your duties. What if the Black Ink Clan's army launches an attack on Blue Sky Pass? Ding Yao shook his head. The Black Ink Clan here is basically half dead at the moment. They won't dare to strike again without recuperating for at least another half a century. There won't be any war in Blue Sky Pass in the short term. Zhong Liang nodded in agreement. Yes, you don't have to worry about Blue Sky Pass. It's a good idea to let Brother Ding go with you. Tang Qiu cupped his fist. I'm grateful that you're willing to do something for the greater good. This matter cannot be delayed, so let us depart now. He knew that Ding Yao probably wouldn't be able to gather any useful information, but they had to give it a try regardless. Gathering intelligence was unlike killing enemies. There was no doubt that Ding Yao and Wu Qing were peerless on the battlefield. However, what they had to do this time was not slaughter enemies, but find out the identity and whereabouts of the artifact refiner who helped the Black Ink clan create the new prototype warship. This was different from simply fighting. A moment later, a light flashed across the hyperspace array as Ding Yao and Tang Qiu disappeared. Zhongliang and Shen Tuimo watched them leave. A while later, Zhongliang said, "Brother Shen Tu, young boy will probably have to handle this matter." Shen Tuimo nodded gently, but we'll be putting him in a dangerous situation by doing so. Zhongliang let out a sigh. Everyone on the Black Ink battlefield is ready to sacrifice their life for the cause. When you and I came to this place in the past, we never expected that we would live for such a long time. It will be worth it if the crisis facing the human race can be nipped in the bud by sacrificing just one person. However, I'm worried that he'll be killed without achieving his goal. That would be the biggest loss to us. After a moment of silence, Shen Tuimo sighed. It has only been a little over 10 years since he joined Blue Sky Pass, and he has made a lot of contributions to the entire human race. He's also exceptionally talented. I'm sure he'll be one of the most important figures in the human race in the future. Zhongliang sighed again. We'll play it by ear. I hope that Brother Ding will be able to achieve his goal. Presently, dawning light was moving across the void at the speed of lightning. When Yang Kai went over Zhongliang's behavior again in his mind, he felt that something was off. The army commander seemed determined to chase him out of Blue Sky Pass and make sure he stayed out, which was basically the polar opposite of his usual stance. In the past, he would have liked nothing more than to keep Yang Kai inside Blue Sky Pass forever. Even though he had a feeling that something might have happened in the inner sanctum, and it had something to do with him, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to disobey Zhongliang's order. Hence, he could only ask Fengying about it. Unfortunately, Fengying had no idea what had happened either. She was cultivating in seclusion when she was suddenly ordered to gather the members of Dawn together and sail Dawning Light out of the inner sanctum. She was told that she and the members of Dawn Squad had to assist Yang Kai in looking for portals to sealed worlds that hadn't been discovered. They also had to extract the resources from those sealed worlds. This task wasn't dangerous, and they could get a lot of military merits from it, so it could be considered an easy job with high rewards. Just 2 days later, Dawning Light reached a certain spot in the void. On the deck, after having a look at the universe chart, Fengying nodded at Yang Kai. This is our first destination. Those from the inner sanctum had found a sealed world here before, but it was over 1,000 years ago. Yang Kai nodded and leaped out of Dawning Light. As he activated his power, space principles undulated around him with his figure as the center. A visible ripple was seen spreading out, like a stone dropping into a still lake, illuminating the anomalies in the void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5049. What would you do? Many of the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield were clustered because they originated from the small universes left behind by human masters after their deaths in ancient times. The more people passed away on any given battlefield, the more sealed worlds would be left behind. In this area of the void, those from Blue Sky Pass had discovered a sealed world 1,000 years ago. Even though they speculated that there were more hidden sealed worlds around this area, they could only give up as they didn't have the means to find and open the portals to them. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a master in the Tao of space, so he was the best person to find these sealed worlds and open up the portals. As the ripple of space principles spread further, the traces of the sealed worlds were revealed. As long as he could find these traces, it wouldn't be hard for him to pry the portals open. After an inspection, he found 3 sealed worlds in a radius of several hundred kilometers. The number wasn't staggering, but it was impressive enough. They would always find some good things in these sealed worlds. For example, the World Trees clone was found in a sealed world. It was the biggest reward the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had obtained so far after years of exploring sealed worlds. A moment later, Yang Kai forcefully opened the first portal, whereupon the aura of a sealed world was felt wafting from it. Dawning Light then came forward and stopped in front of the portal. Yang Kai ordered, "All of you, stand guard here. I'll have a look inside." Upon finishing his words, he directly plunged into the portal. Feng Ying didn't even have time to stop him. Fortunately, there was no danger in the sealed world. A dozen breaths of time later, Yang Kai returned and beckoned to the members of Dawn. "Come in." Feng Ying asked, "Should we let some people stay outside?" Even though the Black Ink clan were resting and recuperating, no one could guarantee that some of them wouldn't come over. By letting some people stay outside, they could monitor their surroundings lest they were later ambushed. Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no need for that. There are only a few of us, so we should stick together." Since he had said so, Feng Ying naturally wouldn't have any objections. Figures started dashing out of dawning light and disappeared into the portal. After they all entered the sealed world, Yang Kai put dawning light inside his small universe and stepped into the sealed world. Following that, he used a simple trick to cover up the portal. There were 36 people in Dawn in total, all of them at or above the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Among them, there were 6 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, it wouldn't take them a long time to explore a sealed world, though picking herbs would be pretty time-consuming. They fully explored the sealed world in half a month, and all the valuable items had been collected. With Yang Kai leading the way, the members of Dawn's squad left this place and headed to the next sealed world. 2 months later, all 3 sealed worlds in this area were fully explored. They had obtained a lot of rare herbs and quite a number of profounding spirit fruits, so it could be said to be a fruitful trip. The members of Dawn were all elated, thinking that this task was easy and rewarding. Certainly, they would love to be given more of these tasks. With that said, they were aware that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that this task felt easy. If not for the fact that he could find those portals, the members of Dawn couldn't have collected any spirit herbs. Yang Kai then fished out dawning light from his small universe. After they boarded the vessel, Feng Ying piloted the ship to their next destination. In the 2 years that followed, the members of Dawn continued to navigate through the void. Whenever they arrived at a new area, Yang Kai would manipulate space principles to locate hidden portals. They would always be rewarded handsomely for their hard work. Over the years, the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had found a lot of sealed worlds on the battlefield. However, upon taking Dawn's safety into consideration, Zhong Liang only wanted Yang Kai to explore the areas within a 10-day journey from Blue Sky Pass. He didn't provide any information for the areas that were further away. Therefore, it only took Yang Kai and Dawn's squad 2 years to go through all the places they had to explore. It had been peaceful during this period of time, as they never came across any Black Ink clansmen. The members of Dawn then returned to Blue Sky Pass aboard Dawning Light. After that, they returned to their own places to get some rest. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Feng Ying brought the harvest to the merit hall to get their military merits. Before they arrived, a figure descended from the sky and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, Brother Yang." Yang Kai instantly recognized that the person was Zhong Liang's adjutant, so he put on a helpless smile. "The army commander is quick to gather the latest information." The members of Dawn had just returned to Blue Sky Pass, but Zhong Liang already knew and told someone to summon him. That was truly quick. Yang Kai then told Feng Ying to head to the merit hall on her own. She naturally wouldn't object to it. After she was gone, Yang Kai gazed at the adjutant and said, "Please, senior brother." "This way," the adjutant replied politely, then led the way for him. They soon arrived at the army headquarters of the Western Army. Yang Kai had visited this place more than once, so he was familiar with the area. However, Zhong Liang didn't ask Yang Kai to see him in his office. With the adjutant leading the way, they soon arrived at a vast hall in the deepest part of the headquarters. The adjutant stopped in his tracks. "The army commander is inside, Brother Yang." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded and shuffled forward. At the same time, he wondered why Zhong Liang wanted to see him in such a place. There was a restriction around the hall. Yang Kai flicked the restriction and revealed a portal, after which he stepped inside. It was luminous and spacious inside the hall, and a person standing there with his hands behind his back. He was none other than Zhong Liang. In front of him was a huge object. Standing in front of this object, Zhong Liang looked up in a dazed state. Yang Kai went over and saluted him. Zhong Liang turned to look at him and nodded. Was it a fruitful trip? Yang Kai replied, it was. We found more than 30 profound in-spirit fruits. Zhong Liang nodded. With these spirit fruits, 30 soldiers from Blue Sky Pass will be able to restore their full strength. You've done well. Yang Kai replied, I was only responsible for opening up the portals. I didn't really do anything else. Is there anything you need to tell me, sir? After a moment of silence, Zhong Liang said, look at this thing. He pointed at the gigantic object in front of him. Yang Kai already noticed it the instant he entered this place, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He initially thought that Zhong Liang was just looking at something left behind by some senior. It wasn't until this moment that he realized it was more complicated than that. He then activated his divine sense and examined it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai frowned and asked, is this a warship? The large mobile palace artifact before his eyes didn't seem like a simple flight-type artifact. Instead, it somewhat resembled a warship. He had also found a lot of arrays on the artifact, ones that would only be present on a warship. Yes, it's a warship, Zhong Liang nodded. Yang Kai shot into the air and carefully inspected the ship. A while later, he landed on the ground and shook his head. This warship is terrible. Many of the arrays are faulty. It won't be useful on the battlefield. If the arrays are frequently activated, they will fall apart on their own. By then, not only will the vessel be incapable of defending itself, but even the people on the ship will have to be wary of being injured by the explosions of these arrays. Who made this? Even though Yang Kai wasn't an expert in the Tao of artifact refining, he knew a thing or two about it. Otherwise, he couldn't have created the void yin-yang mirrors. However, he never spent any time consciously improving his Tao of artifact refining. Despite being an amateur, though, Yang Kai was still able to see the flaws in this warship at first glance. It couldn't be said that the artifact refiner who made this thing was unskillful, just that he wasn't skilled enough to make a warship. Moreover, this thing is too big. It's not suitable for humans to operate. Zhong Liang asked dispassionately, who do you think this ship is suited for if it's not for humans? Yang Kai replied with a smile, given the size of an average black ink clansman, it would be perfect for them to pilot this thing. There was a cold expression on Zhong Liang's face. Yang Kai's smile froze as he felt a chill rising from within. He then asked with a frown, Sir, where did you get this thing from? Zhong Liang replied, Your martial uncle Ding captured it from the battlefield. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Did the Black Ink clan refine this? Yes. A sense of unease overwhelmed Yang Kai as he sported a dark expression. I was told that the Black Ink clan couldn't refine warships. What is going on? After a sigh, Zhong Liang explained, We've been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years. While the humans are constantly innovating, the Black Ink clan naturally won't stay stagnant. Perhaps one of the Black Ink disciples on their side has been studying how to refine a warship, and he happened to be gifted in artifact refining. That's how this thing came about. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. In that case, when that person masters the art of refining warships, our biggest advantage will be gone for good. Zhong Liang nodded. That's what we've been worried about. However, why didn't we discover that the Black Ink clan were using warships when we were battling against them back then? This thing didn't come from the Blue Sky Theater. It was found in the Yin-Yang Theater. Yin-Yang Theater, Yang Kai muttered under his breath upon learning that the vessel was found on the battlefield that those from Yin-Yang Pass were in charge of. After giving it a thought, he asked, when did Martial Uncle Ding obtain this thing? Half a year ago, Zhong Liang replied, then added, it was only a short time ago that those from Yin-Yang Pass found this warship, roughly 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. In that case, the Black Ink clan and the Yin-Yang Theater have only developed this warship recently. Since it's not perfected yet, it hasn't been widely adopted by the Black Ink clan in other war zones. It's no wonder that we didn't see it in the Blue Sky Theater. Zhong Liang nodded. It's not widely adopted yet, but it doesn't mean it won't be someday. Once that person manages to build a functioning warship, the Black Ink clan will be equipped with such vessels. It will be a disaster for the human race. Have those from Enyang Pass come up with a strategy to handle this situation? Zhongliang gazed at him. If you were in charge, how would you deal with this situation? After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied in a grim voice, "We have to nip the crisis in the bud by finding the Black Ink disciple who made this warship. If possible, we'll bring them back. However, if we can't achieve that, we have to kill them." Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-50, I have to get prepared. Upon hearing that, Zhongliang nodded. You share the same sentiment as those from Enyang Pass. To be honest with you, it was for this exact reason that your martial Uncle Ding headed to the Enyang Theater where he captured this warship from the Black Ink clan. What was the outcome of the mission? Yang Kai asked nervously. Zhongliang shook his head with a dejected expression. He worked with another 8th Order Army commander from Enyang Pass, but they only managed to kill some Black Ink clansmen and seize this warship. However, they were unable to find the person who made it. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. After giving it a thought, he said, in order to find that Black Ink disciple's identity, we have to infiltrate the Black Ink clan's territory and then play it by ear. Both martial uncles had only alerted the enemies by making a scene there. Zhongliang let out a sigh. The Black Ink clan will certainly treasure this Black Ink disciple who can make warships. Their identity must be a top secret within the Black Ink clan, so the average Black Ink clansman probably doesn't know who they are. It's extremely difficult to find the Black Ink disciple without alerting the enemies. Is there anyone who can take on this task? Yang Kai batted his eyes. Upon realizing Zhongliang's intention, he broke out into laughter. Is that the reason you told me to come here, sir? After pondering on it for a moment, he said, I can't pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into the Black Ink clan's hinterland in the Enyang Theater. As long as I'm cautious enough, I might be able to find that person. Since his intentions had been seen through, Zhongliang decided to stop beating around the bush and just let out a sigh. I initially didn't want to drag you into this. However, since your martial Uncle Ding has failed in his attempt, we have no other choice. There's no hurry, though. You can sleep on it and make a decision at a later time. Yang Kai shook his head. That Black Ink disciple had already developed this thing 2 years ago. The longer this matter drags on, the more likely he'll be able to perfect his craft. By then, it will be too late to find him. There's nothing worth considering. I'll take on this task. Zhongliang said with a serious expression, it will be a dangerous mission, and if you're not cautious enough, you'll lose your life. Yang Kai replied, Sir, have you forgotten that I'd pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and spent 2 years with the Black Ink clan before I came to Blue Sky Pass? No one is more experienced than me when it comes to pretending to be a Black Ink disciple. After a pause, he went on to say, even if I fail in my attempt, or if anything unexpected happens, I can still rely on space principles to escape. Even if the worst-case scenario where I'll lose my life does occur, it will still be fine. Now that the purifying Black Ink pills have been successfully developed, humans have a method to deal with Black Ink strength other than purifying light. Taking all that into consideration, I'm the best person for this job. At this point, he cupped his fist and said solemnly, Sir, I'm willing to head to the Enyang Theater to gather more information. Please allow me to do so. There was a conflicted expression on Zhongliang's face. After hesitating for a bit, he let out a sigh. I'm sorry for putting you in such a tight spot. Yang Kai shook his head. Since time immemorial, countless human masters have come to the Black Ink battlefield in order to hold back the enemy and ensure the safety of the 3,000 worlds. In every battle, all of them exert themselves to kill the enemy, even if it means losing their lives. It is my duty to do something for the human race, so I will definitely do my best. On the first day he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai learned a valuable lesson from Meng Qi, who sacrificed his life in order to keep the existence of the Void Corridor a secret. It was because he was worried that he would be corrupted by Black Ink's strength again and reveal the Void Corridor's existence. In all the previous battles, innumerable humans risked their lives in order to drive back the Black Ink clan. They were just as noble as Meng Qi. The fact that the Black Ink clan were close to developing fully functional warships had far-reaching implications. If the Black Ink disciple managed to master the art of refining warships, it would mean that all the sacrifices that the humans had made over the years would be pointless. By then, the entire 3,000 worlds would be at risk of being destroyed. No one would be willing to see such a crisis taking place. Since Yang Kai had arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, he was also a part of the human army. He didn't think that there was anyone else who was more suited than him to sneak into the enemy's territory and gather information. "Sir, there's one more thing I'd like to know," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Go ahead." Have those from Enyang Pass speculated how long it would take for the Black Ink clan to successfully develop warships? After giving it a thought, Zhongliang replied, "Those from Enyang Pass do have a speculation. The warships that the Black Ink clan have made so far are not really useful, probably just prototypes used to test out various functions. It is estimated it will take them about 100 years to perfect this thing. If everything goes well, perhaps they'll achieve it in 50 years, though they might need longer than 100 years as well. After all, the speed at which the Black Ink disciple improves in their Tao of artifact refining is key, and given their current mastery, it won't be easy for them to improve further. To be on the safe side then, we'll assume that they'll be able to do it in 50 years, Yang Kai muttered under his breath. There's still something we can do about it with that much time. Sir, before I carry out this task, I have a request. Just tell me whatever you need. I'll not turn you down as long as there's anything I can help you with. I'd like to study artifact refining. Zhongliang was startled for a moment, then his eyes brightened. You mean? Yang Kai said with a smile, I have to get prepared in order to achieve our goal. Moreover, I'd have to learn more about artifact refining to make it easier for me to gather information regardless. Zhongliang nodded repeatedly. You're indeed a clever young man. It never crossed the minds of old men like us to approach the issue from that angle. You can go ahead with that. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the refining hall with the token given to him by Zhongliang. He found Dongguo and Ping, who was leading a team of people to refine a warship. The two of them could be considered friends. It was Yang Kai, Dongguo and Ping, Fan Sun, and several others who worked together to make the first purifying Black Ink battleship. Therefore, they didn't need to be overly polite with each other. Upon learning the purpose of the young man's visit, Dongguo and Ping felt his brow twitching slightly as he asked, You want to learn artifact refining? Yang Kai cupped his fist. Please help me with this, Senior Dongguo. Dongguo and Ping examined him with a puzzled expression. Why do you want to learn artifact refining all of a sudden? Yang Kai replied, I've progressed too quickly, so I need to take a break from just cultivating in seclusion. I told Marshal Uncle Zhong about it, and he suggested I come here to study artifact refining. He said that the Tao of artifact refining might be of help to me. Dongguo and Ping couldn't help but laugh. What does the Tao of artifact refining have to do with your cultivation? Moreover, I heard that you're well-versed in the alchemic Tao. If there's anything wrong with your cultivation, why did you come to this place instead of the pill hall? Yang Kai replied respectfully, It was Marshal Uncle Zhong's order. I don't really know the reason behind it. It was a secret that the Black Ink clan were able to refine warships. Other than the army commanders and the old ancestor, no one else in Blue Sky Pass was aware of this fact, lest morale was affected, since Zhongliang didn't inform Dongguo and Ping about it, and Yang Kai naturally wasn't in any place to reveal this secret. Therefore, he just came up with an excuse by saying that it was Zhongliang's order. In that case, there was nothing Dongguo and Ping could do about it. He passed the token back to Yang Kai and asked, Did you learn artifact refining before? I know a little about it, Yang Kai replied humbly. Dongguo and Ping frowned and beckoned to him. Come with me. Soon, he brought Yang Kai to an artifact refining room and pointed at some materials that were stacked up in a messy pile. Just make whatever you want. I'll evaluate it. After taking a glance at the materials, Yang Kai started working on it. A patient Dongguo and Ping stayed on the side and watched him. A few days later, a sword that was as reflective as a mirror was born. The blade shone brightly and appeared extraordinary. However, Dongguo and Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. As an artifact refining grandmaster, he could see that other than looking nice, this sword was practically useless. If not for the fact that the materials used were robust, The sword couldn't even have withstood an attack from an Origin King. After a few days of observation, Donghua and Ping figured out that Yang Kai indeed knew a thing or two about the Tao of artifact refining, but he had never studied it in a systematic way. Even though some of his ideas were creative, the way he refined artifacts was overly simplistic. The Tao of artifact refining was as much an art as it was a craft. Yang Kai's artifact refining session could even be described as unpleasant to the eyes of a grandmaster like Donghua and Ping. Give me a moment, Donghua and Ping said, then activated his divine sense to communicate with someone. A moment later, a young man arrived in a hurry and cupped his fist. Honored master. Donghua and Ping nodded and pointed at Yang Kai. This is your junior brother, Yang Kai. That person cupped his fists again. Junior brother Yang. Donghua and Ping then introduced the young man to Yang Kai. He's my sixth disciple, Chai Hao. Greetings, senior brother Chai. Yang Kai saluted him. Donghua and Ping said, Chai Hao, your junior brother Yang would like to learn artifact refining, so you'll have to give him some guidance from now on. Chai Hao was startled upon hearing that. Junior brother Yang, you want to study artifact refining? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Chai Hao replied with a smile. Since you're interested in the Tao of artifact refining, I'll definitely teach you everything I know. Many thanks, senior brother. Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. Donghua and Ping coughed. Yang Kai, you'll learn artifact refining from Chai Hao from now on. Just ask him if there's anything you don't understand. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Yang Kai and Chai Hao saw him off together. After he was gone, Chai Hao said, Junior brother, since you're going to learn artifact refining, I'll need to know how skillful you are in artifact refining. Would you? Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai held out a sword to him. What's this? Chai Hao was puzzled. Yang Kai replied, Senior Donghua told me to make something, and this is the result of my work. I see. Chai Hao took the sword and examined it. Soon, his face began to twitch as he finally realized why his honored master left in a hurry just now. He initially thought that Yang Kai was already well-versed in the Tao of artifact refining. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly sought some guidance from a grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven. After taking a look at this sword, though, he realized that Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a novice when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was no match for Donghua and Ping in this regard, but even a random disciple from Divine Cauldron Heaven could easily bring him to his knees. Now that his honored master entrusted Yang Kai to him, though, it meant that he would have to teach him everything from scratch. Chai Hao suddenly felt a huge pressure on his shoulders, thinking that this was going to be a troublesome task. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-51, Inyang Pass. Chai Hao was a patient teacher. Since he was aware that Yang Kai was just an amateur in artifact refining, he decided to modify his approach accordingly and teach him everything from scratch. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a serious learner. One was studious while the other one was teaching attentively, so they got along pretty well. Be it the martial Tao or alchemic Tao, Yang Kai had shown exceptional aptitude. However, he wasn't particularly gifted in the Tao of artifact refining. Fortunately, he was now in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Moreover, there were many similarities between alchemy and artifact refining. Therefore, even though he lacked aptitude in the Tao of artifact refining, his mastery of it was improving by the day. With that said, given his situation, it was impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of the Tao of artifact refining. There would come a point when he would be faced with an insurmountable bottleneck, which would be the limit of his achievements in his lifetime. In any case, Yang Kai didn't intend to be an artifact refining grandmaster. He was learning it to make it easier for him to gather information behind enemy lines, so he just needed to be slightly more skillful in artifact refining than average. Chai Hao didn't understand why Yang Kai was suddenly interested in learning artifact refining, but after spending some time with him, he could feel that Yang Kai was greedily learning everything he could. With the effort he had put in, he was able to rapidly improve his skills in artifact refining. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, after all, so he was able to learn anything quickly. Time passed by slowly. Yang Kai basically stayed in the refining hall, and never stepped out of it. He even neglected his own cultivation just to study artifact refining. Fortunately, the living beings in his small universe would continuously help increase his heritage, so he didn't lag behind compared to the other cultivators. He went on to learn artifact refining for the next 10 years. It wasn't until Chai Hao thought that there was nothing else he could teach that Yang Kai ended this special training. Chai Hao was no longer able to teach Yang Kai, not because the latter had surpassed him when it came to artifact refining, of course, but because he had taught Yang Kai all the theoretical knowledge he knew about the Tao of artifact refining. As for how far Yang Kai could go in this Tao, that would depend on his aptitude and effort. Although he had an excellent teacher, Yang Kai was responsible for his own achievements. Even if two people learned the same secret art, their achievements would be different. It was the same case for the Tao of artifact refining. According to Yang Kai's own classification of the Tao, he had only reached the beginning of the third level, taking the initial steps, after tirelessly learning all about the Tao of artifact refining for 10 years. An artifact refining great grandmaster like Dongguan Ping was at least on the 7th level, standing above all others within sight, when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. Only someone at this level was capable of refining warships. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, there were only a small number of artifact refining great grandmasters that were comparable to him. On the other hand, Chai Hao, who had taught Yang Kai for 10 years, should be at the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding when it came to his Tao of artifact refining. The further one traversed any Tao, the more difficult it was to improve. It was even harder than ascending to the next order in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai was 2 levels below Chai Hao and 4 levels below Dongguan Ping, which showed the stark differences between them. If he was able to put enough time and effort into studying the Tao of artifact refining, Yang Kai figured he might be able to reach Chai Hao's current level in this lifetime, but he could never become a great grandmaster like Dongguan Ping. That was the limit of his aptitude, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Black Ink disciple in the Yin-Yang Theater was already developing prototype warships, so it was apparent that he was just one step away from becoming a great grandmaster in the Tao of artifact refining. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the Black Ink disciple should be at the 6th level of comprehension, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. If there had been enough time, Yang Kai would have preferred to keep improving his Tao of artifact refining. At the very least, he wanted to reach the 4th level, traversing a familiar path. However, he had spent the last 10 years in the refining hall, and during this period of time, Zhong Liang had visited him several times. Even though he didn't say anything, Yang Kai could feel how anxious he was. The more time Yang Kai spent in the refining hall, the more likely that the Black Ink clan would be able to successfully create warships. 10 years was basically the limit. Zhong Liang was startled for a moment when he saw Yang Kai appearing before him. Nevertheless, he soon came to his senses as he put down a document and asked seriously, "Are you ready?" "I'm sorry for making you wait, sir." Zhong Liang shook his head. "This is a dangerous task. If you're not willing to do it, no one can force you to." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I've been preparing for the past 10 years for this moment. Why would I back down now?" Approval and gratification were written all over Zhong Liang's face. "If everyone was like you, we wouldn't have to worry about achieving our ultimate goal. Have you told the members of Dawn about it?" Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no need for that. I suppose the secret that the Black Ink clan is capable of refining pseudo-warships hasn't spread yet. I don't even know when I will come back, and it's hard for me to explain it to them, so it's better not to tell them about it at all. Moreover, they're still able to go to the battlefield without me. They'll take good care of themselves. This matter cannot be delayed, so I'll head to Yinyang Pass now." Zhong Liang nodded gently. "Good. Come with me. Those from Yinyang Pass have been urging us, so if you delayed much longer, that old fart Tang Chio would have come over to curse at us." Upon finishing his words, Zhong Liang rose from the chair and led the way. On the way to their destination, Zhong Liang passed a jade slip to Yang Kai. "There's some basic information about Yinyang Pass and the surrounding theater. You can have a look when you're free." Yang Kai took it, but instead of immediately going through it, he put it inside his small universe. Zhong Liang kept rambling on along the way, as though he was a father who was sending his son to the battlefield. He was worried about what Yang Kai would face in the near future. While feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai also felt slightly helpless. Soon, they arrived at the hyperspace array, which was guarded by a few soldiers. However, since Zhong Liang was there, the guards directly let them pass. Inside a grand hall, Yang Kai stood atop the huge array on his own. He was surrounded by more than 10 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in different corners of the grand array, placing valuable resources into the array nodes. It required a lot of resources to activate the hyperspace array, and the more powerful the cultivator who was going to be transferred, the more resources were needed. That was the reason the humans from different great passes rarely came into contact with each other despite being able to do so. Too many resources had to be consumed to do that. The last time the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together in Blue Sky Pass was because of the purifying black ink battleships. Yang Kai had to personally seal purifying light inside those vessels, so they had no choice but to come. This is a faith token given to you by the old ancestor. He has left his imprint inside it, so if there's anyone who questions you in Yinyang Pass, just take this thing out to prove your identity. Zhong Liang passed a piece of jade to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it with a solemn expression. Regardless of the outcome of your mission, you must come back alive. Zhong Ling ordered seriously. If it comes down to it, just give up and escape. You'll only be able to contribute more to the human race by staying alive. Yang Kai cupped his fist. I'll not disappoint you, sir. Zhong Liang nodded and stepped out of the grand array. After looking around, he ordered, activate the array. These 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were well prepared, and upon receiving the order, they immediately activated their powers. The grand array started buzzing and shining brightly as the resources on the array nodes were sucked dry and turned into dust in just a moment. Space started contorting as though the world was going to fall apart at any moment. Barely a breath later, though, calm was restored. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around the grand array were pale, and their auras were unsteady. It showed that they had exerted themselves greatly to do this. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. Despite being a master in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was still overwhelmed by dizziness as he was being transferred to such a faraway place. As he navigated through the void, he felt like a leaf on the wind, though he had no idea where he would eventually land. This kind of uncertainty made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted a short while. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he was already standing atop a different grand array. The lights around him went out and revealed several figures who were standing around him. Those people exchanged glances and communicated with each other using divine senses. Soon, one of them stepped forward and cupped his fist. Yinyang Pass Jing and greets this junior brother. From where do you come? Since Yang Kai was transferred to this place through the hyperspace array, he was definitely a human from one of the great passes. However, Open Heaven Realm Masters like them who were responsible for guarding the grand array couldn't identify where Yang Kai came from, so they had to ask him about it. Yang Kai shook his head to clear up his dizziness. Upon making sure that he was in Yinyang Pass, he replied, Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai greets senior brother Jing. Jing'an appeared excited upon hearing that. You're from Blue Sky Pass? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Jing'an hurriedly said to his companions, tell Marshal Uncle Tang that the person he's been waiting for has arrived. One of them came to his senses and sent the message. Jing'an gazed at Yang Kai and said with a smile, you're finally here, junior brother Yang. Marshal Uncle Tang has been asking about you. Every month, he sends us a message to ask whether someone from Blue Sky Pass has arrived. Should you have come any later, we would have been fired. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile upon hearing that. What does my arrival have anything to do with you all? Jing'an put on a helpless smile. Marshal Uncle Tang is not the most reasonable person. He scolded us because you did not come, as though it was our fault. You have no idea how much we've been longing for you to arrive. It's great that you're finally here. The people around him nodded repeatedly to show that Jing'an was telling the truth. At the same time, they examined Yang Kai with curiosity as they wondered why Tang Qiu had been waiting for him. They didn't think there was anything special about Yang Kai. Just like them, he appeared to be just another 7th Order master. Judging from their reactions, Yang Kai reckoned that the fact that the purifying light stemmed from his hands had been kept secret in Enyang Pass. Other than a small number of people who were aware of it, no one knew anything about this matter. That was the reason these people never mentioned purifying light when they heard his name. Yang Kai was famous throughout Blue Sky Pass because he could use purifying light to help dispel black ink strength since the beginning, so this matter couldn't be hidden from them. On the other hand, it was different in Enyang Pass. Although they knew that there were 4 purifying black ink battleships in the inner sanctum that were filled with purifying light, the army commanders never told them where the purifying light came from. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5052, Marketplace. A moment later, the cultivator, who sent a message earlier, received a reply. After going through it, he looked up and said, "Marshal Uncle Tang is not in the inner sanctum, Senior Brother Jing. It seems that he has some matters to attend to. Those from the army headquarters told us to help settle him in. Marshal Uncle will be back in a few days." Upon hearing that, Jing nodded. "In that case, we'll just follow orders." He then turned to look at Yang Kai. "Please come with me, Junior Brother Yang." After he finished speaking, he led the way for him with Yang Kai following behind closely. A short while later, they arrived at a small courtyard that was quiet and serene. This was supposedly a place where guests stayed. There was a similar place in Blue Sky Pass, but it was usually unused. Even though the courtyard had been vacant for a long time, it remained clean. "Please get some rest here for a few days, Junior Brother Yang. I'll inform you when Marshal Uncle Tang returns," Jing said. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Jing." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Jing replied with a smile, "If you get bored, feel free to walk around to kill time." After Jing was gone, Yang Kai stepped into the room and sat down with his legs crossed. He had received a faith token from Zhong Liang that was given by the old ancestor. It was to be used when someone asked about his identity. However, there didn't seem to be a need for that thing. On the other hand, he was surprised that Tang Qiu wasn't in the inner sanctum. Apparently, something major had happened in Enyang Pass, which was why Tang Qiu had to deal with it personally. With that said, Yang Kai had other friends in Enyang Pass. He thus fished out a communications artifact and sent a message. However, he didn't receive any reply. It suggested that the person he wanted to contact was either not in Enyang Pass or was cultivating in seclusion, thus cutting off all contact with the outside world. Regardless, Yang Kai was unable to reach him for the time being. He had sent a message to Su Linggong, but since he was unable to reach him, Yang Kai decided to contact Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. Surprisingly, they also didn't respond. Yang Kai furrowed his brows. It seemed likely that they were not in the inner sanctum, which was why they didn't reply to his messages. Suing Shui and Qing Kuei were Su Linggong's disciples after all. It was reasonable that they had headed out together if there was a task to perform. It was also probable that they had followed Tang Qiu. Since Yang Kai was unable to contact any one of them, he decided to put this matter aside. The reason he was here was to sneak into the Black Ink Clan's base in the Enyang Theater to gather information. Reuniting with his friends was a secondary priority. Suddenly, he thought of the jade slip given to him by Zhong Liang before he departed. Since he had some free time, he decided to go through it. There was some basic information about Enyang Pass and its theater in the jade slip, which was given to Yang Kai to help him quickly grasp the situation in this place. The powers of all the great passes were more or less the same, with even the structures and layouts being similar. There were also about 30,000 fighters in Enyang Pass. They were the brightest open heaven realm masters who came from different cave heavens and paradises. This kind of scale was accumulated over many years. Over the eons, countless people were killed on the battlefield, and more people were sent over from the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that 80 to 90% of all the elite open heaven realm masters of every generation from the cave heavens and paradises were sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a small number of them stayed in the 3,000 worlds to maintain their operation. That was the reason Yang Kai felt that the cave heavens and paradises didn't live up to their names in the past. Since most of the powerful cultivators had been sent to the Black Ink battlefield, he naturally couldn't see a lot of them in the 3,000 worlds. Just like Blue Sky Pass, there were 4 armies in Enyang Pass. There were 4 army commanders, Tang Qiu, Wu Qing, Lu Zhiping, and Fei Yushan, who respectively led the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern armies. Yang Kai was startled for a moment when he saw the name Lu Zhiping, for it was clearly a woman's name. It wasn't that women were no match for men. However, there were indeed fewer women in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Moreover, the fact that Lu Zhiping was an army commander suggested that she was extraordinarily powerful, definitely one of the strongest cultivators in the Eighth Order. Perhaps she had even reached the peak of the Eighth Order, but due to the limits of her aptitude, was unable to ascend to the Ninth Order. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Ink clan in the Enyang Theater was named Mu Guang Royal Lord. It could be said that this entire war zone was his territory. Similarly, those from Blue Sky Pass had to deal with Min Xier and its theater. There was an old ancestor who was in charge of every theater to deal with the Black Ink clan's royal lord. Mu Guang commanded over 100 territory lords, which was a significantly higher number than the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Enyang Pass, and this was just one theater. On the entire Black Ink battlefield, there were countless formidable beings from the Black Ink clan, which made things extremely difficult for the humans. There wasn't a lot of information in the Jade Slip. After all, it was just some basic knowledge, so Yang Kai went through it quickly. Since he had some free time now, he decided to refine a set of Seventh Order materials. He stayed in the room for half a month. During this period of time, no one looked for him, nor did Tang Qiu send anyone to summon him. This made Yang Kai worried as he wondered what had happened to Tang Qiu that the latter had been held up for such a long time. Jing'an told him that Tang Qiu would be back in a few days, but half a month had passed since then. Of course, Tang Qiu was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he should be fine. It wasn't the best idea for him to keep waiting in seclusion though, so after giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided to walk around and take in the sights of Enyang Pass. It was serene in Enyang Pass as there were no signs of any war. That was because they had just fended off an invasion from the Black Ink clan not too long ago. Just like the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater, Mu Guang and his subordinates were still recuperating. There were not a lot of people that walked around the inner sanctum. After all, during a time of peace like this, it was the best chance to cultivate. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters had seized the chance to increase their heritage so that they would be prepared for the next round of war. The layout of Enyang Pass was similar to that of Blue Sky Pass, so Yang Kai soon lost interest after walking around for a bit. After all, he was not in the 3,000 worlds where there were a lot of bustling places. Every great pass was practically a gigantic mobile palace artifact where the soldiers gathered together. The several tens of thousands of soldiers staying here, ready to face the Black Ink clan at any moment. As Yang Kai strolled around, no one bothered to probe him for his identity. There were thousands of soldiers in Enyang Pass, so it was impossible that there was anyone who could recognize everyone else in this place at a glance. No one would pay attention to a stranger like Yang Kai. Just when he was ready to go back to his place, Yang Kai's expression changed as he listened attentively. A moment later, he moved forward in a particular direction with an awkward expression. After taking a turn, he saw a street that was bustling with activity. The street wasn't wide as it could only allow 2 carriages to pass side by side. However, the street was filled with people who were chatting with each other. It was also lined with shops on both sides. There were all sorts of products that were on sale, and merchants were heard shouting to attract customers. Yang Kai even saw someone selling skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight before his eyes. If not for the fact that he was aware that he was in Enyang Pass, he would have thought that he had returned to a city in the 3,000 worlds. Countless people were streaming into and leaving the street like the fish in a river. Yang Kai looked up and saw that there was a huge plaque above the street. The characters for Marketplace were written on it. The characters observing the world were written on the left stone monument while experiencing prosperity was written on the right stone monument. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that this street was a little unusual. At the very least, he had never seen anything like it in Blue Sky Pass. His curiosity had been piqued as he decided to look into it. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the street and was instantly greeted with all sorts of noises as people were heard shouting. Delicious sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. We have freshly made steamed stuffed buns. It's the first day of our business. You'll enjoy a 30% discount on all the dishes. Limited seats. First come, first served. Instantly, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness, as though he had just been punched by a territory lord. Even his soul had become unstable. The old man, who was selling sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, happened to be approaching him. The red sugar-coated hawthorn fruits over his shoulder appeared appetizing. The hair and beard of the old man were all gray. He was clad in simple clothes, as though he was just an average old man. All of a sudden, he grabbed the collar of a young man who happened to pass by. "Brat, why don't you get a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits?" The young man sported a bitter expression. "Marshal uncle, I just bought some from you 2 hours ago." The old man, who was addressed as Marshal uncle, shook his head. "You bought those 2 hours ago, so it's time for you to buy one more. Rest assured, I'm sure you'll love the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits I've personally made." The young man appeared crestfallen. "Marshal uncle, can I not buy it?" The old man extended his hand with a smile. "That will be 10 copper coins." Since it was useless to protest, the young man let out a sigh of defeat and fished out 10 copper coins from his clothes before passing the money to him. The old man took out a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and stuffed it into the young man's hands. Just when the young man was about to leave, the old man grabbed his collar again. "Why aren't you eating it now?" The young man was on the brink of breaking into tears. "Marshal uncle, must I eat it now?" "Yes, right now. Otherwise, it's no different from looking down on my craft." The old man glared at him. The horrified young man took a bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. A myriad of expressions came over his face, but he still went against his conscience and praised the old man by saying, "You're truly skillful in making sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, Marshal uncle." The old man guffawed. "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Upon finishing his words, he released the young man. Yang Kai could see that as the young man shuffled forward, he kept eating the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits with a smile that was uglier than crying. Yang Kai felt his face twitching as he couldn't believe his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the young man who bought the skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was a 7th Order master, while the old man was an 8th Order master. What's going on? "Young man, do you want a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? It's a craft passed down from my ancestors. I'm sure you'll not be disappointed." While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the old man suddenly stood in front of him and looked smilingly at him. Yang Kai took a glance at the old man and examined the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits over his shoulder. He reckoned that the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits were probably made from some kind of spirit fruit, which was why they could be sold here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5053, Compelled to Buy. Yang Kai became interested in the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. As he recalled what he had seen, he asked probingly, 10 copper coins? The old man nodded with a smile. "Yes, 10 copper coins for a skewer. It's fair, isn't it?" "I'll get 1 skewer then." As Yang Kai spoke, he fished out 10 copper coins and passed them to the old man. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he naturally didn't bring any copper coins with him. Copper, silver, and gold were used by the mortals to buy goods. Most cultivators wouldn't need such things. However, there were a lot of humans living in Yang Kai's small universe. Copper, silver, and gold coins were commonly used in the exchange of goods. Therefore, the 10 copper coins he had fished out were taken from his small universe. Surprisingly, the old man glanced at the copper coins but didn't take them. Instead, he sported a dark expression. "Are you messing with me just because I'm old, you brat?" A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean, old sir?" Upon seeing that the young man appeared sincere, the old man frowned. As he examined Yang Kai, he suddenly realized what was going on. "Oh, I get it, brat. Since you're new to this place and know nothing, I'll not settle the score with you. Instead, I'll teach you something today." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'm all ears." The old man said with a smile, "The copper coins used in this marketplace are specially made. These ordinary copper coins can't be used here." After he finished speaking, He flicked a copper coin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the coin and carefully examined it. He realized that even though the material used to make the copper coin wasn't special, it was indeed custom-made. The Yin character was engraved on one side, while the Yang character was on the other side. There was no kind of restriction on the copper coin, nor was there a unique way of making it. It wouldn't be hard to make a fake one. At the very least, Yang Kai could easily make many of them if he wanted to. Nevertheless, it would be inappropriate for him to do so. Left with no choice, he could only be honest with the old man. "I'm sorry, old sir. I don't have this kind of copper coin." The old man chuckled. "I know you don't. It's fine. I'm sure you have cultivation resources. You can trade them for copper coins with me." "Does it work that way?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Why would I lie to you?" The old man nodded firmly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a sixth-order yellow crystal as he couldn't suppress his curiosity. "How about this thing, old sir?" The old man arched his brow and took the sixth-order yellow crystal. Then he became elated. "It's a wonderful sixth-order young element material. That's great. I haven't seen anything as pure as this in a long time." Yang Kai quipped to himself that this thing was certainly pure, for it was a result of the crystallization of the burning light's power. There was no young element material in the world that was purer than this. "You can trade it for 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits," the old man said firmly, then was ready to fish out 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. "Wait a moment." An astonished Yang Kai quickly stopped him. Since a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 10 copper coins, 10 skewers would be 100 copper coins. How was it possible that a sixth-order yellow crystal could only be traded for 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? A sixth-order yellow crystal was worth at least 20 million open heaven pills, and a resource that rare couldn't really be bought with money. Given the conversion rate, it would mean that one copper coin in this marketplace was worth 200,000 open heaven pills. Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of unease. He didn't think the old man was conning him, but this thing was simply too expensive. It was no wonder that when the seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master bought a skewer of hawthorn fruits from this old man earlier, he appeared as if some of his flesh had been shaved off. That was because a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 2 million open heaven pills. Why is it so expensive? Yang Kai was quick to stop him, but the old man was extremely swift. The moment he started speaking, the old man had taken out 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. "Old sir, even though I'm new to this place, you can't oppress me like this." Yang Kai stared at the old man with a solemn expression. The old man replied with a smile, "I certainly won't oppress a young man like you. Don't worry, I'm an honest trader. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Yang Kai scowled. After pondering on it for a moment, though, he said, "I'll just get 1 skewer. I can't have so many." The old man shook his head repeatedly. No, I've taken out 5 skewers already. You have to buy them all." A speechless Yang Kai refuted, "Can't you just put them back in?" The old man lowered his head and said in a grim voice, "If a person jabs a dagger into your body and takes it out, can you pretend that nothing has happened?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It's like comparing oranges with apples. The old man shook his head. "It's all the same to me." A furious Yang Kai snapped, "You just said that you're an honest trader, but here you are compelling me to buy your goods. It's not fair." The old man ignored him and stuffed 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. After passing him 50 copper coins, he said solemnly, "Young man, just take it as me giving you a lesson today. You have to be careful whenever you head out from now on." After he finished speaking, he left in a hurry with his skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Yang Kai was left dumbfounded as he clutched the 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one hand and 50 copper coins in the other. He didn't understand what kind of damned place this marketplace was. Why was there such a place in Inyang Pass? What was the purpose of building it? It was apparent that Yang Kai had been conned by the old man, but he still felt somewhat comforted. At the very least, he still had 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and 50 copper coins. Since the fruits were so expensive, they might have some amazing effects. Perhaps they could soothe one's mind or increase the heritage of the small universe. At the thought of this, Yang Kai put away the copper coins and grabbed one skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits before taking a bite. As he chewed the fruit, he realized that it was refreshingly sweet with a tinge of sourness. The flesh was tender and fresh. More importantly, the fruit pit had been removed, so he didn't have to spit it out. After having one of the fruits, he stood still on the same spot for a moment. Then, he sported a dark expression. It was just the most common sugar-coated hawthorn fruit that did nothing to help increase a cultivator's heritage. Yang Kai cursed at the dishonest trader and had the urge to chase after the old man and fight him to the death. With that said, he never put his idea into action, for the other party was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he really ran after the old man, he would be the one to suffer. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he let out a sigh. As he was having the costly sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, Yang Kai shuffled further into the marketplace. The busy street was lined with all sorts of shops. Yang Kai soon stopped in his tracks in front of an accessories shop. The accessories in the shop were all quite beautiful. They were apparently made by a skillful artisan. After getting conned by the old man who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, though, Yang Kai was far more cautious this time. However, he was shocked to see that there were a lot of cultivators going in and out of the shop, and the accessories were selling fast. Since business was booming in this shop, it suggested that the accessories here were extraordinary. Perhaps they were no ordinary accessories, and instead, they were artifacts made by some grandmaster. At the thought of this, Yang Kai nodded as he believed that his speculation was right. "Hey, this generous senior brother, are you looking for some accessories?" After seeing off his customer, a shop assistant hurriedly came over to serve Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you think I'm generous?" The shop assistant pointed at the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. "If you're not wealthy, you wouldn't have bought so many sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. The one who sells sugar-coated hawthorn fruits is famous across this marketplace." It was then Yang Kai realized what was going on. "I see." It was no wonder that a lot of people looked at him with awkward expressions when he walked along the street. That was because he had many skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. He didn't even know that holding a few skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one's hands was a symbol of wealth these days. Nevertheless, that was indeed the case in this marketplace. "What accessories would you like to buy?" the shop assistant asked hospitably. Yang Kai didn't have anything specific that he wanted, for he was just wondering whether these accessories were some kind of artifacts. After looking around, he pointed at a red hairpin. "Can I have a look at this?" The shop assistant promptly took out the hairpin and said with a smile, "This thing is made by the owner. The accessories he makes are the best in this marketplace. The other accessory shops are not comparable to us. If you give this hairpin to a woman you love, she'll definitely be pleased." The hairpin was placed inside a transparent container. Even though Yang Kai could clearly see the hairpin, he was unable to examine it. He frowned. "Can you open it?" The shop assistant put on an apologetic smile. "You can only open the box after buying the hairpin." "What kind of rule is this?" Since the hairpin was inside some kind of special container, Yang Kai was unable to determine the order of the accessory. How was he going to find out whether it was truly valuable or not? However, he had seen many people buying these accessories in the same way, so he knew that it was impossible for him to have a closer look at it. Left with no choice, he asked, "How much is it?" "That will be 50 copper coins," the shop assistant replied with a smile. Yang Kai's face twitched visibly. He couldn't help but suspect that this shop assistant and the old man who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits might be from the same gang. Otherwise, how could this shop boy know exactly how much money he was left with? Still, Yang Kai decided to pass the 50 coins to the shop assistant without hesitation and left with the hairpin. After stepping out of the shop, he immediately took the hairpin out of the container and examined it. A moment later, he snarled through clenched teeth, "Another black-hearted con man." This was just an ordinary hairpin, not an amazing artifact. First, he was forced to buy 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits from the old man. Then, he was conned into buying this useless hairpin. He was completely disappointed in this marketplace. Everything in this place was a farce. However, he didn't understand why there was such a place in Enyang Pass. Moreover, a lot of Open Heaven Realm masters were seen wandering around here. After such terrible experiences, Yang Kai had lost all interest in shopping here, so he decided to go back to his place. He initially wanted to toss the hairpin away, but he thought that it was wasteful to throw away something that he had bought with half of a 6th order yellow crystal. Therefore, he just put it in his space ring. As he was heading towards the exit, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, "Why are you following me?" The moment he stepped out of the accessories shop, he already realized that someone was following him. He initially thought that it was just a coincidence, but the person behind him never went away. It was then he confirmed that he had been tailed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5054, Little Girl. When Yang Kai turned around, he realized that no one was in sight. He frowned and looked down, only to see a little girl standing in front of him. With her big eyes, she stared fixedly at the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hand. A little girl? Yang Kai was stunned. Upon closer look, he realized that she was indeed a little girl who was 7 or 8 years old. Although she was clad in simple clothes, she looked quite adorable. Her eyes were bright, and her jet-black hair hung low at her waist. Why is there a little girl in Enyang Pass? Yang Kai instinctively thought that she was an Open Heaven Realm master who had cultivated some kind of unique secret art. Such secret arts did exist in this world. Or maybe an accident happened when she was cultivating, which was why she never grew taller and appeared to be a child. However, after examining the little girl, he realized that even though she had cultivated before, she wasn't very strong. She was in the Origin King realm at most. With that said, it was inconceivable that she was already an Origin King at her age. Yang Kai still hadn't started cultivating when he was 8 years old, which showed that this little girl had extraordinary aptitude. Her achievements would surely be staggering in the future. Nevertheless, on the Black Ink battlefield where everyone was an Open Heaven Realm master, an Origin King was indeed too weak. Those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would only send cultivators who were at least in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to the Black Ink battlefield. Those who were below the 6th Order wouldn't be asked to come here. What could an Origin King do in such a place? This little girl would probably be turned into a Black Ink disciple the instant she came into contact with Black Ink strength. Yang Kai was greatly puzzled about where this little girl came from. She was only 7 or 8 years old, so there was no way she was sent to this place from the 3,000 worlds by the Cave Heavens and Paradises. The only possibility was that she was born in Enyang Pass. It wasn't that there were no couples in the Great Passes, as they had to fight against the Black Ink clan all year long. They might lose their lives at any moment, so special feelings would naturally develop among people when they were under such immense pressure. In fact, there were a lot of couples in different Great Passes. However, none of them would rashly make a decision to give birth to children in such a place. That was because no one could guarantee whether they would survive the next battle. It would be the height of irresponsibility to bring a child into the world in this kind of place. Therefore, it never crossed Yang Kai's mind that he would come across a little girl who was in the Origin King realm in the marketplace in Enyang Pass. On the other hand, the cultivators in the marketplace didn't seem curious about the little girl, which showed that she had been around here for quite some time. Seeing that she was just a little girl, Yang Kai didn't intend to probe her. He just asked in a gentle voice, "Where are your parents, little girl?" Just then, a passing cultivator crashed into a rack with a thud, which caused all the goods on it to fall to the ground. The merchant cursed at him while the cultivator apologized and picked up the goods. The little girl, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, never moved her eyes away from the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hand. Without replying to his question, she gulped and asked, "Are you going to eat them?" Yang Kai looked down at his hand and realized why she had been following him. As he broke into laughter, he passed the remaining 4 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits to her. "You can have them all." The little girl beamed at him and took the skewers. After thanking him, she started munching on the fruits and said in a muffled voice, "You're a good guy." For some reason, the old man who sells sugar-coated fruits is missing today. I still couldn't find him after looking for him for a long time. Yang Kai secretly snorted. The old man must be worried that Yang Kai would settle the score with him after conning the latter into buying 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, which was why he had left in a hurry. Seeing that she was enjoying her food, though, Yang Kai felt the displeasure in his heart melting away. He felt that the 6th-order yellow crystal he had spent was finally worth it. He thus patted and stroked the little girl's head before saying, "Go home after you're done having your food. Don't make your parents worry." Asterisk dong. Star. Right then, the same rack was hit again, and the merchant quickly squatted and picked up the goods. At the same time, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. For some reason, he had a feeling that time was frozen for a moment, as though the entire marketplace had fallen silent. However, when he looked around, he realized that everything had become normal again. The little girl, whose head was being stroked, grinned from ear to ear. Yang Kai nodded at her and turned around to leave. However, he soon turned his head and gazed at the little girl, who was still tailing him. "Why are you following me? I've given you all my sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. There's none left." It only took the little girl a short time to finish having all 4 skewers. It was surprising that she had such a huge appetite. After tossing the skewers away, the little girl put on a faint smile. "Since you've given me some sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, I'll treat you to a meal. How about some steamed stuffed buns?" Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "There's no need for that." After getting conned into buying the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and the hairpin, he was certain that all the things being sold in this marketplace were just ordinary items. There wasn't a need for him to pay any attention to this place anymore. Since he had some free time, he'd rather go back and refine materials to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Nevertheless, before he finished speaking, he sported a helpless expression. "What's wrong?" The little girl appeared to be on the brink of breaking into tears, as though she had just suffered from the greatest grievance in the world. She sobbed and said, "I want to get some steamed stuffed buns. The steamed stuffed buns from Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant are the best." As she spoke, she sucked the drool back into her mouth. A speechless Yang Kai massaged his temples. "If you want the steamed stuffed buns so badly, you can go ahead and buy them." The little girl hung her head low and said in a small voice, "I don't have any money." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "But you said you'd treat me to a meal." "I'll treat you to a meal, but you'll have to pay." There was an embarrassed expression on the little girl's face. "That's ridiculous." Yang Kai was lost for words. He wanted to tell her that he also didn't have any money as the copper coins he had traded for the 6th-order yellow crystal were used up. However, the little girl walked up to him and took his hand before swaying it. "Please. Steamed stuffed buns are delicious," she gulped. Yang Kai was unable to bear the little girl pleading with him in such a way. He thought that her parents were irresponsible by giving birth to her, as they never even bothered to give her some allowance. It was simply outrageous. "Please. I really love their buns." The little girl was relentless. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only agree to it. All right. Stop swinging me. I'm feeling dizzy." "So you agree?" the pleasantly surprised little girl asked. "Yes, I'll treat you to a proper meal," Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he could trade materials for some copper coins, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to foot the bill. "You really are a good guy." The little girl was ecstatic. Yang Kai let out a sigh. He wasn't aware that being nice meant he had to treat someone to a meal. With that said, the world of a little girl was simple. It wasn't a bad thing to experience some innocence on this dangerous black ink battlefield. Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant was filled with the aroma of steamed stuffed buns. There were only a few tables, and they were all occupied. A bowl of soup and a small bamboo basket of steamed stuffed buns were all it took for one to wind down and observe the marketplace. The owners of the restaurant seemed to be a couple. One of them prepared dough while the other formed the buns. They appeared skillful in their craft. There was also a shop hand to serve the customers. The instant Yang Kai stepped into the restaurant, hand in hand with the little girl, the shop hand became rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning, staring fixedly at their hands. The owners, who were preparing dough and steamed stuffed buns, shook a little. Meanwhile, the customers in the shop, who were eating the steamed stuffed buns and soup, felt their brows twitching. "Here it is, Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant," the little girl said joyfully. Yang Kai swept a glance over this place. Despite knowing that there were no ordinary people here, he still felt ill at ease. The owners of the steamed stuffed bun shop were apparently 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. On the other hand, the shop hand, who was responsible for serving the customers, was a 7th Order Master. Yang Kai had never seen any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters whose faces were covered in flour as they were preparing dough and steamed stuffed buns. He had the luck to see it in this marketplace. "There are a lot of people today." The little girl took a glance around the shop. Seeing that all the tables were occupied, she turned to Yang Kai. "It seems that we'll have to wait." As soon as she finished speaking, though, the customers started stuffing steamed buns into their mouths and gulping down the soup. "Get me the bill." They all started shouting. The shop hand quickly went around to collect money from them. In just a moment, all the customers in the restaurant were gone. "Oh, there are seats now." The little girl appeared elated as she pulled Yang Kai into the shop and took a seat at one of the tables. Since the chair was too tall, her feet couldn't come into contact with the ground as they swayed in the air. While cleaning up the things on the table, the shop hand asked with a smile, "What would you like to get?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "Get me 2 baskets of steamed stuffed buns." Before he could finish speaking, though, the little girl cut him off by shouting, "I'll have 10 baskets. Yang Kai batted his eyes, then said to the shop hand, "We'll have 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns and 2 bowls of soup, then." "All right, I'll be right back," the shop hand replied and headed to the kitchen. A moment later, 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns were served, piled up on the table. The little girl then began wolfing them down as her cheeks bulged. Yang Kai took a steamed stuffed bun and had a taste. He realized that even though it was delicious, it was just some ordinary food. It was unable to help increase a cultivator's power. Still, he remained silent and waited for the little girl to finish having her food. "Why aren't you having any?" the little girl asked curiously. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You can have them all." The little glutton smiled happily and continued devouring the buns. Yang Kai helped her wipe the crumbs off her mouth and said, "Take it slow. No one is going to take them away from you." He was curious about what was going on with her parents. Had they never given her enough food? Why did she look like she was starving? The little girl devoured all 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns and 2 bowls of soup on her own. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how the petite little girl was able to wolf down so much food. It was no simple feat. More importantly, her belly didn't bulge at all. He wondered where all the food went. "Are you full?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded, "Yes." Yang Kai then shouted, "Get me the bill." The shop hand promptly came over and said with a smile, "That will be 100 copper coins for 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. The bowls of soup are on the house." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded, "But I don't have any money with me. Can I cover the bill with this?" Marshall Peak. Chapter 50-55. Impudent. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai fished out a 6th Order blue crystal. The shop hand, who was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, took the crystal and examined it, then appeared elated. "It's enough." Yang Kai nodded and beckoned to the little girl before bringing her out of the restaurant. The shop hand said hospitably, "Please come again." "I'll be a fool if I come again," Yang Kai thought. The things in this marketplace were ordinary but extremely costly. 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials were worth approximately 40 million open heaven pills, but he squandered them away in barely half a day. He reckoned that this place should be renamed as Black Market. The little girl still followed him closely. Yang Kai turned around to gaze at her and look around. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out the hairpin from his space ring and fixed it on her hair. She was already truly adorable, and even though the hairpin wasn't an artifact, it was finely made. They perfectly matched each other. The little girl was evidently startled. Yang Kai said with a smile, "It's a gift." He then turned around and waved his hand. "I'll go back now." You should head home early so that your parents won't have to worry about you. This time, the little girl didn't tail him. While standing in the same spot, she just touched the hairpin and watched him leave. Yang Kai headed straight to his resting place. When he recalled his experiences in the marketplace, he couldn't help but grin wryly. After emptying his mind, he sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. One day later, he suddenly heard a clear voice calling out to him from outside the courtyard, "Yang Kai! Yang Kai!" Yang Kai frowned and stored the materials he hadn't fully refined. After opening the courtyard's door, he saw the little girl that he came across the day before in the marketplace. She was standing outside his courtyard with a smile. The hairpin that he gave her the day before was still in her hair. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "How did you find me?" There was a smug smile on the little girl's face. "I asked around. It wasn't hard to find out where you live." It was apparent that she had also found out his name by asking around. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that this little girl was truly clever. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously, as he had no idea why she had come all the way here to see him. "Let's go to the steamed stuffed bun shop," the little girl said firmly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. "You want me to foot the bill, right?" Hee hee. The little girl appeared bashful as her intentions were seen through. However, she soon cast the bashfulness away as the foodie in her got the better of her. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "Let's go. You have nothing to do anyway." A speechless Yang Kai refuted. "What do you mean I have nothing to do? I was cultivating when you disturbed me." "There's no hurry to cultivate. I'm hungry." Despite her petite figure, she was full of strength. Yang Kai also wouldn't really dare to resist her, so he was gradually pulled towards the marketplace. When they arrived at Lin's steamed bun restaurant, she ordered 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns, just like she had done the day before. While the little girl wolfed down the food, Yang Kai waited patiently by the side. The same thing happened every day for the next few days. Yang Kai felt helpless as he wondered who were the ones who had given birth to such a reckless little girl. He wanted to tell her parents what was going on, but to his dismay, when he asked the little girl to bring him to see her parents, she started sobbing and said that they passed away a long time ago. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai didn't dare to keep asking lest her sorrowful memories were stirred up. If the little girl really started bawling her eyes out, he wouldn't know how to appease her. This little girl was 7 or 8 years old, and she was only in the Origin King realm. She must have been born in Enyang Pass, but her parents passed away a long time ago. How was she going to survive in this place? Yang Kai consoled himself by thinking that he would just keep her company for the time being, as she was truly pitiful. For the next few days, the little girl would bring Yang Kai to the steamed stuffed bun shop in the marketplace so that he would pay for her meal. They got along pretty well. One day, Yang Kai was seated in Lin's steamed bun restaurant while the little girl scarfed down the food, the same as the past few days. It wouldn't take the little girl a long time to finish having 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. After that, Yang Kai would fish out a 6th order yellow or blue crystal to pay for the meal. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned to look out of the restaurant, where he saw 4 people shuffling inside. His eyes brightened as he rose from the chair and greeted them, "Senior Tang." The person at the front was none other than Tang Qiu, whom Yang Kai had been waiting for. It was apparent that he had just returned from outside and hadn't even had time to clean himself up. It seemed that he had fought against some formidable enemies, so his aura was a little unstable. Behind him was Su Linggong, who was followed by Qing Kue and Suing Shui. Just like Yang Kai had speculated, the 4 of them had headed out together, which was why he couldn't contact any one of them. Yang Kai then greeted Su Linggong and his 2 disciples, who all nodded in response. Qing Kue and Suing Shui were still in the 6th order open heaven realm, but their auras had become far deeper. It was obvious that they had grown in strength after fighting against the Black Ink clan since their arrival in Enyang Pass. "I came to this place because I was told that you're here," Tang Qiu explained. Yang Kai replied, "I decided to take a stroll since I had nothing to do." "Senior, since you're back, you could have just told someone to summon me. Why did you come all the way here?" Tang Qiu waved his hand. "I'm sorry for making you wait. I was held up because I came across an accident when I was on my way back." "It's fine. Have a seat, please. Yang Kai extended his hand. Tang Qiu nodded, then sat together with Su Linggong. As soon as they sat down, though, they shot out of their chairs as if there were some sharp stick that poked their butts. They stared dazedly at the petite figure behind the baskets of steamed stuffed buns. Since the little girl was seated behind the baskets that had been piled up, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong hadn't noticed her presence before. She, Tang Qiu stammered. Yang Kai explained, I came across this little girl a few days ago. She's quite pitiful as her parents passed away a long time ago, and there's no one to take care of her. Since she loves the steamed stuffed buns here, I bring her to this place every day. I see. Tang Qiu came to his senses and sent a signal to Su Linggong with his eyes. Then, he slowly took a seat. Qing Kuei, who was standing behind Su Linggong, coughed, Honored master, I'm going to take a little stroll. An absent-minded Su Linggong replied, Go ahead. I'll tag along. Su Yingshui quickly said. After offering an apology, they left the restaurant together. In the steamed stuffed bun shop, for figures, 3 adults and 1 little girl were seated at the table. Yang Kai looked at Tang Qiu and Su Linggong with a frown. It seems that both of you are badly injured. Yang Kai could feel that there was something wrong with both Tang Qiu and Su Linggong. Their solemn expressions suggested that they were trying to suppress something, as though they were anxious or in pain somehow. We're fine, Tang Qiu replied casually. Yes, we're fine. Su Linggong nodded repeatedly. That's good. Yang Kai nodded, then brought up a serious topic. What's going on with the Black Ink Clan? Black Ink Clan? Tang Qiu appeared perplexed, as though he didn't hear Yang Kai clearly. Nevertheless, he soon regained his senses. Oh, the Black Ink Clan. I was about to discuss it with you. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something really was wrong with Tang Qiu. The latter appeared to be completely distracted. He was the one who told Yang Kai to come over to find out who made the warships for the Black Ink Clan, but he appeared puzzled at this moment when the topic was brought up. The little girl, who had been eating her steamed stuffed buns in silence, suddenly gazed at Tang Qiu and asked with a smile, Would you like some buns? Tang Qiu was unable to respond immediately as he appeared to have been caught off guard. Yang Kai directly knocked on the little girl's head and chastised her by saying, Don't interrupt us. We're having a discussion here. Impudence. Tang Qiu landed a slap on the table that caused it to collapse. The baskets and the freshly made steamed stuffed buns all fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded as well. On the other hand, Su Linggong hung his head low and remained unmoving. The little girl grabbed a steamed stuffed bun in each hand. Her cheeks were bulging as she soon gulped down the food. Senior, you, Yang Kai scowled at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu hesitated for a bit before saying in a muffled voice, The impudence of the Black Ink Clan. Yang Kai broke into laughter. What happened to you on the way back? The shop hand hurriedly came over. While cleaning the things up, he said, Please calm down, everyone. Do not fight here. The little girl glared at Tang Qiu. Give my steamed stuffed buns back? Right away. Tang Qiu nodded repeatedly, then said to the shop hand, Give us more steamed stuffed buns. All right, please give me a moment, the shop hand replied. Since the table was broken, they had to move to another one. Fortunately, there were not a lot of customers in the restaurant right now. Apart from them, there were only a few other diners. Hence, there were still some vacant seats. New steamed stuffed buns were soon served. Yang Kai was waiting for Tang Qiu to talk about what was going on with the Black Ink Clan, but the latter actually started stuffing the buns into his face, even ordering Su Linggong to do the same. Therefore, apart from Yang Kai, who sported a half-dumbstruck expression, the little girl, Tang Qiu, and Su Linggong were gulping down the food together. While they were enjoying the food, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong kept saying that the steamed stuffed buns were delicious. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the scene before him. Those who had no idea what was going on might think that they had been starving for a long time. The little girl's appetite seemed to be enhanced as the two men fought over the food. Soon, more and more baskets were piled up. The speed at which the owners made the steamed stuffed buns could no longer keep pace with them, as they would finish having the food too quickly. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai said tactfully, "Senior, about the Black Ink Clan." "I'll tell you about the Black Ink Clan at a later time," Tang Xiu replied in a muffled voice. Yang Kai looked away as he could no longer bear to keep watching them. In just half a day, they finished having 100 baskets of steamed stuffed buns, and the owners of Lin's steamed bun restaurant had to close the shop early. The little girl leaned against the chair and stroked her belly. With a pleased expression, she belched and said, "I'm full." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. "You're finally full for once." "I'm stuffed. I need to head home and get some sleep." The little girl rose from the chair and skipped out of the shop. It was apparent that she was in a joyful mood. After she was gone, Tang Xiu got up as well. "I'll head back now. Yang Kai, look for me tomorrow." "Yes," Yang Kai replied. Su Ling Gong patted Yang Kai's shoulder and gazed at him. After hesitating for a bit, he warned, "Be careful." Yang Kai was perplexed upon hearing that, but before he could ask any questions, Su Ling Gong had left with his hands folded behind his back. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.